Chapter 2408. Gu ran. Qing Qiu sized Gu ran up, grinned, and then turned around and left. Gu ran suddenly said, "How is the dean?" Qing Qiu stopped and turned to look at Gu ran with a smile. "Very good." Gu ran nodded thoughtfully. Qing Qiu smiled and said, "Good luck." Then, she turned and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Gu ran looked at the horizon with eyes full of envy. She envied that Qing Qiu could always stay by Yi Xian's side. After a long time, the envy in Gu ran's eyes turned into determination. Only when she was strong enough could she pursue the man she wanted. After a while Gu ran turned and left Cangyin Mountain. After Yuan Shi returned to Cangyin Mountain, he immediately went to Cang Hall to see Yin Song, the king of Cangyin Mountain. Only Yuan Shi and Yin Song were in the hall. After a long time, Yin Song put down a secret report in his hand and looked at Yuan Shi. "You want to live?" Yuan Shi nodded. He knew he was in big trouble. Yi Xian might not be a bastard child, but a young master who was left to his own devices. Killing a young master who was left to his own devices. And the Yang family's young master at that. Yuan Shi didn't dare to think about it. Yin Song's expression was calm. "Go to the judicial division." Hearing this, Yuan Shi's pupil shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, "King." Yin Song shook his head. "If you run, you won't have a chance to go to the judicial division to accept your punishment." Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. "King, if I go to the judicial division, will I be able to live?" Yin Song said calmly. "If you go to the headquarters, you won't be able to live." Yuan Shi frowned. "Go to the branch?" Yin Song nodded. "The branch of the punishment department is thousands of li away from here. I've already talked to the manager. Once you go there, he'll decide on your punishment and spare you from death. Once the punishment department decides on your punishment, even the young master has no right to interfere. If he interferes, it'll be the same as questioning the punishment department. At that time, it'll be a conflict between him and the punishment department." Hearing this, Yuan Shi became excited. The judicial division. This was an independent organization of the Yang clan, and it only listened to two people. One was the green-robed man, the sword master, and the other was the matriarch Su Qingshi. Other than these two, the judicial division didn't need to listen to anyone else's orders. Yuan Shi understood the world king's meaning. If Yi Xian insisted on killing him, then that was the same as targeting the punishment division, and targeting the punishment division was the same as having a conflict with matriarch Su Qingshi. Thinking of this, the corners of Yuan Shi's mouth lifted slightly. Yin Song said softly, "If we can't resolve the conflict, then we'll shift the conflict and make it escalate." Master Yuan bowed deeply. "This subordinate admires you." Yin Song said calmly, "He will be here soon. You should leave." Master Yuan bowed once more before leaving quietly. Yin Song picked up a secret document in front of him. After reading it for a long time, his expression gradually turned solemn. Suddenly, Yin Song put down the secret memorial and said, "Welcome, young master." His voice spread out like thunder. In the distance, a group of people appeared in the Azure Cloud Mountain world. It was Yi Xian and the others. As soon as Yi Xian appeared in the lead, countless powerful divine senses locked onto him. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. He flicked his sleeve, and a strand of sword intent slashed out. In an instant, all the divine senses in the surroundings were slashed apart. At this moment, Yin Song appeared in front of Yi Xian. He bowed slightly. "Greetings, young lord. I'm Yin Song, king of the Cangyin Mountain realm." Yi Xian looked at Yin Song. "Where's Yuan Shi?" Yin Song grinned. "Young master, this person has committed a crime, and he's surrendered himself to the punishment division." Yi Xian looked at Yin Song and didn't speak. After a short while, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "I'll give you a chance. Bring him to see me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Yin Song spoke solemnly. "Young master, he's in the punishment division. I have no right to interfere with it." Yi Xian opened his palm. In the next moment, the green profound sword suddenly trembled violently, and then Yi Xian instantly appeared in space. Yin Song's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. "Activate the formation." Bang! In an instant, Almost 1,000,000 beams of light shot into the sky from Azure Cloud City, and then they converged into Yin Song like a river. At the same time, Yin Song suddenly clenched his right fist, and then countless strands of faith energy instantly converged into his right arm. Yin Song roared furiously as he smashed his fist forward. This punch caused the entire Blue Cloud Mountain world to tremble, and then it cracked. The entire universe cracked apart. Meanwhile, 4 afterimages suddenly appeared around Yin Song, and then 4 rays of light crisscrossed around him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, countless rays of white light were obliterated. Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier and sheathed his sword. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of something cracking resounded, and then Yin Song's body shattered into pieces. However, his soul was still there. A golden bell floated above his soul, and it was exactly this golden bell and the grand formation from before that had protected his soul. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yin Song was a terrifying expert above the high god realm, and he was a world king. Yet this young master had destroyed his body with a single strike of his sword. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that Yin Song had activated the grand formation. It was too terrifying. Yin Song gazed at Yi Xian, and he was just about to speak when Yi Xian's sword suddenly vanished. Yin Song's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and then he clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. A strand of terrifying energy of the soul swept out. Even though Yin Song's body was gone, his strength was still terrifying. However, his pupils constricted when his fist came into contact with Yi Xian's green profound sword. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Hiss. Yi Xian's green profound sword pierced the center of Yin Song's forehead. Bang! Everyone watched as the green profound sword nailed Yin Song's soul to the spot. Deathly silence filled the surroundings. Gone. Right at this moment, a group of experts appeared around Yin Song, and they gazed vigilantly at Yi Xian. Yin Song's eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Xian. What sword technique is that? Yi Xian gazed at Yin Song. Was it Master Yuan's idea to kill me or was it yours? Yin Song stared fixedly at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian chuckled. I'm so stupid. Master Yuan is clearly your subordinate. How would he dare to do it without your permission? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist. The green profound sword trembled violently. Bang! Yin Song's soul was directly absorbed by the green profound sword. His soul was obliterated. Su Ming, who stood behind Yi Xian, broke out in a cold sweat when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! This young master was simply too abnormal. I actually dared to kill him in the past. Meanwhile, one of the old men from Yin Song's group spoke furiously. Young master, even if the world king has made a mistake, you have no right to kill him. You should hand him over to the punishment division. You. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the old man. I won't. The old man was astounded. You. Yi Xian glanced at the experts in the surroundings, and then he said, I suppose all of you have a part in trying to kill me. As he spoke, the green profound sword in his grasp suddenly started trembling violently. The old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, Young master, I had no part in it. It was the world king's decision. Yi Xian remained expressionless and didn't speak a word. Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang spoke furiously. Then why aren't you kneeling down? Kneeling? The old man was stunned, and then he hurriedly knelt down. The experts behind him knelt down as well. All of them submitted. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he turned to look at Emissary Zhang. From this moment onward, you're the world king of this world, and you're in full control of this world. Emissary Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly said, Yes. Yi Xian suddenly said, How do I get to the punishment division? The old man who stood before Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, It's 500,000 kilometers to the north. Yi Xian nodded. To the punishment division. The old man hurriedly said, Young master, I have something to say. I wonder if you're willing to listen? Yi Xian smiled. Go ahead. The old man spoke solemnly. Young master, the punishment division is a special organization, and it's independent from the various departments. Moreover, They only listen to Madame Sue and the sword master. Even the eldest young miss doesn't have the right to interfere with the punishment division. So if you head to the punishment division, then you might enter into conflict with them. Once that happens, he didn't continue at this point. Yi Xian grinned. You're afraid that I'll enter into conflict with Auntie Sue? The old man nodded. Madame Sue. She was like a god in the Yang clan. And it could be said that Madame Sue's status in the Yang clan far surpassed the sword master. Moreover, the entire Yang clan could be said to have been founded by Madame Sue, and that was why so many people had chosen to support Yang Nianxue. If Yi Xian entered into conflict with the punishment division, then it would be equivalent to entering into conflict with Madame Sue. Yi Xian suddenly chuckled. I definitely respect Auntie Sue, and I believe that she didn't order her subordinates to target me. But, as he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. I have no intention of targeting anyone. All I know is that I will definitely kill those who want me dead. No one can save them. The old man smiled bitterly. Yi Xian smiled. And then he turned around and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Emissary Zhang hurriedly followed him when he saw this. He didn't care who Yi Xian was going against. All he knew was that he had to follow Yi Xian closely. Su Ming hesitated for a moment when he saw Emissary Zhang follow them. And then he gritted his teeth and followed them immediately. In any case, there was no way out. Only by following Yi Xian could they have a future. The old man hesitated. At this moment someone suddenly said, Old Gu, should we go with them? After a moment of silence, Old Gu shook his head. No. The man said solemnly. Now is the best time for us to show our loyalty. If we lose this opportunity, Old Gu said in a deep voice, this young master is too unyielding. He doesn't know how to endure. If he goes against Mistress Su like this, he won't have a good time. As he spoke, he looked towards the horizon and said softly, this young master has overlooked something. He's the young master of the Yang clan, and the Yang clan belongs to Matriarch Su. It can be said that with a single word from Matriarch Su, he'll instantly lose his identity as the young master. And without this identity, what does he count as? With that, he shook his head. Nothing. 7017K. Chapter 2409. Nothing at all. The person next to the old man was silent. Yi Xian was indeed a genius, and he was extremely powerful. However, if not for the fact that he was the Yang clan's young prince, Yi Xian would be nothing in front of the entire Yang clan. As Old Gu had said, nothing at all. Old Gu sighed again. I suggested to him just now to see if the young lord could see the big picture. Unfortunately, he shook his head. He's just a hot-blooded young man, who only knows how to be brave. Sigh. His eyes flashed with disappointment. Let's wait and see. He will get himself into trouble at the punishment department. He will lose his identity as the young lord, and might even be expelled from the Yang clan. Deep in the starry sky, Su Ming hesitated for a while and said, Young lord, the punishment department is not simple. Yi Xian said with a smile. How so? Su Ming said in a deep voice. They are in charge of the Yang clan's punishment department, and are independent of all departments. They only listen to Mistress Su's orders. They might not give you face. Yi Xian blinked. I don't need them to give me face. Su Ming was silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little panicky. What was the young lord trying to do? Was he going to destroy the Yang clan? Thinking of this, Su Ming broke out in a cold sweat. To be honest, he wanted to run away, because he realized that the young lord was going to destroy everything. Emissary Zhang stood respectfully next to Yi Xian. He was not panicking at all. Anyway, he had already bet everything he had on Yi Xian. He would either live a life of luxury and wealth, or die and vanish from the world. He had no regrets. This was his choice. Not long after, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the punishment department. The punishment department was located on a tall mountain. The entire place was eerie like a ghost palace. One look at it was terrifying. Su Ming's face turned solemn when he saw the punishment department. In fact, he had only heard of the punishment department. He had never come into contact with it, because his rank was too low. In the entire Yang clan, the judicial department was extremely mysterious. It could be said that they were the secret guards of the Son of Heaven, and had the terrifying power to act first and report later. Yi Xian looked down at the judicial division and smiled. He opened his palm, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky. Buzz! A sword cry shook the heavens and earth. However, there was no reaction from the punishment division below. At the sight of this, Emissary Zhang's face darkened. Young master, let's do it. The judicial department definitely knew about the arrival of Yi Xian and the others, but they didn't react at all. There was only one explanation, and that was to give Yi Xian a show of strength. Young master, the judicial division only answers to Mistress Su. Upon hearing Emissary Zhang's words, Yi Xian laughed heartily. In the next moment, he opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the judicial division below and said, I, Yi Xian, am not an unreasonable person. I have no enmity with the judicial division, so I really do not wish to kill. Today, I'm only here to kill Master Yuan alone. There was still no response from the judicial division. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. In the next moment, his eyes instantly turned blood red. In an instant, a terrifying bloodline power shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was like a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic madness bloodline, the expressions of Su Ming, and the others changed drastically. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. In front of them, the old man looked at Yi Xian with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The demonic madness bloodline you. Yi Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Cut the crap. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. Under everyone's gazes, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could react, his head flew out with a pillar of blood. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian directly charged towards the judicial division below. At the same time, a monstrous murderous intent and vicious aura enveloped the entire judicial division. Under the shroud of the murderous intent and vicious aura, the expressions of the experts in the judicial division changed drastically. In front of Yi Xian, the old man quickly said, Young master, the judicial division is independent from all other departments. We only listen to the sword master and Mistress Su. You. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. This time, he did not use instant of invincibility. Instead, he directly activated all his sword intent. After merging with the power of faith of the human spirit, his human world sword intent had reached an extremely terrifying level. However, he had never tested its power. At this moment, he unleashed his human world sword intent to the extreme. With the enhancement of the power of the bloodline, his human world sword intent had become even more terrifying. At the moment Yi Xian attacked with his sword, the old man was instantly shocked. In the face of Yi Xian's terrifying attack, he did not dare to underestimate or be careless at all, nor did he dodge. Because Yi Xian's sword was too fast, and he could not dodge at all, the old man suddenly charged forward. As he charged, countless afterimages overlapped with each other. At the same time, the space in the surroundings directly shattered. Hiss! A ray of black light directly collided with Yi Xian's terrifying attack. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of sword light shattered, and countless afterimages were destroyed. At the same time, the old man directly retreated explosively for tens of thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, an afterimage suddenly appeared behind him. The afterimage was Yi Xian, and a sword had suddenly stabbed into the old man's forehead. That sword was the Green Profound Sword. It was an instant kill. At the sight of this, Emissary Zhang was extremely shocked. He realized that Yi Xian's strength had become stronger again. How ridiculous! Su Ming's expression was extremely solemn as well. Yi Xian's strength was truly terrifying. That old man was at the paramount godly realm. Yet Yi Xian had killed him as easily as if he was slaughtering a chicken. It was too terrifying. At this moment, he was even more certain that this young master had definitely been personally fostered by the sword master. When he thought up to this point, the panic he felt from before instantly vanished. In the distance, the old man's eyes opened wide behind Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected that he would be instantly killed just like that. The old man hurriedly spoke when he sensed that his soul was disappearing swiftly. Young master, you can't do that. You. Meanwhile, the green profound sword trembled violently and completely absorbed the old man's soul. Both his soul and soul were destroyed. Emissary Zhang shook his head and sighed. This old man's IQ is worrying. If he were to kneel down and beg for mercy now, he might still be able to live. He knew Yi Xian's character well. Yi Xian was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. As long as one behaved properly, and did not intentionally provoke Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would be very easy to get along with. Yi Xian was really generous to his own people. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword returned to his hand. He looked down at the judicial department below. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man wore a long black robe, and his expression was cold. It was holding a long spear. At the same time, countless powerful auras appeared in the surroundings, and all of them locked onto Yi Xian. Emissary Zhang sighed softly when he saw this. At this moment, his heart was filled with discomfort. How did these pigs get to where they are now? Don't they understand the situation? This young master is really amazing. This young master is so monstrous and terrifying. He was definitely personally fostered by the sword master. Yet now these fellows are actually targeting Yi Xian. Do they really intend to kill Yi Xian? But what about after they kill Yi Xian? As far as Emissary Zhang was concerned, surrendering was the right thing to do. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian with an expressionless face, and he was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand shook, and the spear in his hand stabbed forward. Hiss! The space in front of the middle-aged man was torn apart, and the spear slashed at Yi Xian's green profound sword like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as soon as the spear and sword collided, because he noticed that the spear in his hand had split apart, and a ray of sword light had arrived before his forehead in the next moment. However, the middle-aged man's expression was unusually calm at this moment. Hiss! Yi Xian stabbed forward with his sword, but it missed because the middle-aged man had vanished on the spot. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! A strand of terrifying force erupted, and a figure retreated explosively 30 kilometers away in front of Yi Xian. It was the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man stopped moving, his expression changed drastically because a ray of blood-red light had slashed down from above him. The middle-aged man roared furiously, "Attack! Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, over 10 terrifying auras charged towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang spoke ferociously from afar. "Kill!" As soon as he spoke, he charged forward with Su Ming and the others. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, the middle-aged man was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his body was instantly obliterated, and only his soul remained. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slashed down once more. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted to the size of needles when he saw this attack. At this moment he'd given up on resisting, because he knew that he who only had his soul remaining was utterly incapable of resisting such a terrifying attack from Yi Xian. Hiss! As expected, Yi Xian's sword pierced through the center of the middle-aged man's forehead, and then it nailed his soul to the spot. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. He was just about to attack when a terrifying aura suddenly charged up from within the punishment hall, and then a powerful pressure swept towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the entire starry sky seethed while countless strands of space were destroyed. Emissary Zhang suddenly roared furiously when he witnessed this scene. "Young master, watch out!" Yi Xian turned around and opened his palm. In an instant, countless strands of sword intent surged out and resisted that terrifying aura. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man by Yi Xian's side spoke with a trembling voice. "Manager, save me!" "I..." Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword with a flip of his hand. The middle-aged man's soul was instantly obliterated. The middle-aged man was speechless. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man in the distance, and he grinned ferociously. "Come, all of you can summon your ancestors." The others were speechless. Chapter 24:10. Summon the ancestor? Emissary Zhang and the others wore strange expressions. Summon the father to beat the son. The punishment division did not have the guts to do so. The punishment division manager glared at Yi Xian. The punishment division is independent from all other organizations. How dare you? Emissary Zhang suddenly shouted. No matter how high the position of the punishment division is it higher than the young lords? Who are you? You are just subordinates of the Yang clan. And the young lord is the Yang clan's master. What, you want to be above the master? The punishment division manager glanced at Emissary Zhang. We only listen to Mistress Su. Even the young lord has no right to interfere with the punishment division. Emissary Zhang nodded. If that's the case, then you can fight the young lord. The head of the punishment division frowned slightly. At this moment, Yi Xian's body in the distance suddenly became illusory. Seeing this scene, the head of the punishment division's expression changed drastically, and a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. Formation. Against Yi Xian, he did not dare to be careless. Yi Xian had killed the old man too easily. As soon as the disciplinary division manager's voice fell, beams of black light suddenly shot up into the sky from the disciplinary division below. In the next moment, a huge black circular array formation quietly appeared above the head of the disciplinary division manager. In the next moment, terrifying black thunderbolts directly fell in a straight line. In the end, these black thunderbolts converged into a divine thunderbolt that was tens of thousands of feet long. Boom! At this moment, the entire starry sky boiled. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword ray that shot up into the sky. He did not use instant of invincibility. He wanted to see if he could easily kill these peerless gods without using instant of invincibility. When the azure sword shot up into the sky was directly torn apart. Boom! A sword ray suddenly slashed at the divine lightning. Rumble! The entire starry sky was annihilated. The divine lightning cracked, but it was not completely annihilated. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when the manager suddenly vanished on the spot, and then an afterimage tore through the surroundings. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He flicked his sleeve, and a wave of sword intent surged out. Rumble! The manager was forced to retreat by the sword intent. The manager was shocked. What kind of sword intent is this? Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, countless sword lights slashed at the manager. A vicious glint flashed across the chief's eyes as he shouted, "Array!" Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red chain shot into the sky from the punishment division. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. However, the blood-red chain was completely unharmed. Because it wasn't the azure sword, he hadn't been able to destroy the chain. At this moment, his azure sword was being held back by the divine lightning. At this moment, the blood-red chain suddenly turned into a streak of blood-red light and rushed towards Yi Xian. Hiss! A huge rift had been torn open in the space before Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly raised his right hand. The human spirit on the tip of the azure sword trembled violently, and then a ray of golden light shot into the sky. Rumble! The divine lightning in the sky shattered. In the next moment, the azure sword returned to Yi Xian's hand, and Yi Xian slashed at it. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian shattered the blood-red chain with a single slash of his sword. Seeing this, the chief's pupil shrank. You! Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of sword light appeared in front of the manager. It was as swift as a bolt of lightning. A vicious glint flashed through the manager's eyes. He charged forward and punched forward. The punch carried a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The power instantly swept out. Rumble! An explosion resounded, and the manager was blasted thousands of meters away by Yi Xian's attack. As soon as he stopped moving, a ray of sword light pierced through his forehead. At this moment, Yi Xian had appeared behind him. The surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. A complete defeat. The experts of the punishment division had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected their manager to be defeated just like that. Of course, They were even more furious that this young master actually dared to make a move against the punishment division. One must know that for so many years, no matter who it was, everyone had to give the punishment division face. Yet now, Yi Xian had actually dared to kill a member of the punishment division. Meanwhile, someone suddenly said, "Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements." As soon as the voice resounded, a voice transmission talisman suddenly shot out and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Yi Xian turned to look at the expert of the punishment division who spoke. The expert said fiercely, "Even if you're the young master, you can't interfere with the punishment division. The punishment division only." Hiss. Before the expert could finish speaking, a sword pierced through his forehead. Boom. The expert's body shook violently, and then he was obliterated. Everyone. Yi Xian turned to look at the manager, who hadn't completely vanished. At this moment, the manager was completely dumbfounded. You. He hadn't expected the young master to be so terrifying, and he hadn't expected the young master to not give him any face at all. Rage. The experts of the punishment division didn't fear, only rage. No one had ever disrespected the punishment division like this. Emissary Zhang sighed softly in his heart when he saw the anger on the experts' faces. These people were used to being flattered. They'd even forgotten who they were. If a person didn't know his place, then he wouldn't be far from death. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the powerhouses of the punishment division. When they saw Yi Xian looking at them, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they finally panicked. The young master before them wasn't just a young master, he possessed terrifying strength as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! The manager was instantly obliterated by a ray of light. But Yi Xian didn't stop and charged towards the experts of the punishment division. When they saw Yi Xian charging towards them, the expressions of those strong men from the judicial department changed drastically. How could they resist him? Suddenly, space split apart in the distant sky, and then an old man appeared there. The old man grabbed towards the distance with his right hand. Bang! A mysterious force locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to attack. A cage. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and then he turned around and slashed with his sword. Hiss! The cage was instantly blasted open by this strike of his sword. Yi Xian gazed at the old man. The old man wore a black robe, and there was a small town character embroidered on his chest. The punishment division. The old man hesitated for a moment when he saw Yi Xian, and then he bowed slightly. Young master! Young master! Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and remained silent. The old man spoke in a low voice. Young master, I'm the head commander of the punishment division, Elder Gu Shi. A head commander. The expressions of the experts of the punishment division changed violently, and they hurriedly knelt down and bowed. The head commander was the core circle of the Yang clan. In the Yang clan, a head commander of such a level was an extraordinary big shot. Su Ming's expression gradually became solemn as well. The head commander is here. It's finally not some small fry. Obviously, the higher-ups of the Yang clan were aware of Yi Xian's existence. Yi Xian's expression was calm, and then, the old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, I understand everything. I'll give young master an explanation for this. Yi Xian chuckled. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? The old man spoke in a low voice. Execute Master Yuan immediately. Execute him immediately. Obviously, he was giving Yi Xian face. Since the matter had developed to this point, the punishment division naturally had to give Yi Xian face. Otherwise, would they really have to kill Yi Xian if they were to continue fighting? So, the punishment division had decided to compromise. After all, he was the young master. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All the others gazed at Yi Xian when they heard this. Yi Xian chuckled. After this incident, I've come to understand something. The Yang clan has never taken me to be one of their own. Since it's like that, then why should I insist on staying in the Yang clan? As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the ring that the green-clothed man had given him floated out slowly. From this moment onward, I'm not a member of the Yang clan anymore. The expressions of Su Ming and the others instantly changed violently when they heard this. He intends to give up his status as the young master of the Yang clan? Gu Shi's expression changed as well. He was just about to say something when Yi Xian turned around and left. Emissary Zhang didn't hesitate to follow Chen Shi. Right at this moment, the space in the distance suddenly split apart, and then a peerlessly beautiful woman walked out slowly from within it. Gu Shi's expression instantly changed violently when he saw this peerlessly beautiful woman, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, Matriarch Su. Matriarch Su Qingshi. Matriarch Su Ming and the others instantly felt weak in the knees when they heard this form of address, and they immediately knelt down. She was the actual controller of the Yang clan. An old man with a sword in his hand was following behind Su Qingshi, and his aura was deep like an ocean and extremely terrifying. Yi Xian stopped moving, and then he turned around to gaze at Su Qingshi. At this moment, his bloodline was still in a state of activation. Su Qingshi gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian chuckled. Aunt Su, you should have known about all of this, right? Su Qingshi shook her head slightly. It was a misunderstanding, and you could have resolved it in a better way. However, you just had to use the most extreme method. After tempering yourself for so many years in the outside world, your character is still just like your father. You're still so extreme. Yi Xian looked Su Qingshi in the eyes and said, The Yang clan has taken me to be an illegitimate child. Then allow me to ask you, Aunt Su, am I an illegitimate child? Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously. Am I an illegitimate child? Apart from anger, there was also a tinge of grievance in this roar. Seeing Yi Xian's roar, the old man with the sword behind Su Qingshi frowned slightly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura shrouded Yi Xian. Be more polite when talking to the mistress. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared on the scene. The old man's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, his head was sent flying. He was instantly killed. In the next moment, a woman in a plain dress appeared in front of Su Qingshi. She looked straight at Su Qingshi. I'm talking to you. Do you need to be more polite? P.S. Early outburst. Requesting for votes. Everyone can follow me on TikTok. 174-868-8249. I'll be doing a live broadcast at 7 p.m. If everyone has time, you can come and take a look at my handsome face. At the same time, I'll pick some readers to send Sword Domain and Sword Supreme physical books. I remember it's 7 p.m. Those who have tickets can vote for me. I'd like to thank some readers who watched some videos to increase my income, especially tomato readers. Thank you for watching the free video Electricity for Love to increase my income. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all the readers for their donations and support, and Zongheng readers, especially those who spent money to read my books. Your support is my greatest motivation. I might be a water drinker, but I won't always be a water drinker. Tonight at 7 p.m., everyone, let's have a chat. I'm shameless, you guys can do whatever you want. TikTok, 174-868-8249. Chapter 24:11. The Woman in a Plain Dress. Tianming. Su Qingshi's brows instantly knit together when she saw the woman in a plain dress. She hadn't expected that this woman would actually come here. She knew that this woman was unreasonable and protective of her older brother. This is going to be troublesome. Su Qingshi thought for a moment, and was about to speak. Suddenly, space split apart in the distance, and then a man in green clothes walked out slowly. The Sword Master. Su Qingshi's expression grew even more unsightly when she saw the Sword Master. Now that these two extremes had met, the situation had become rather complicated. The Sword Master smiled as he gazed at the woman in a plain dress. He was about to speak when Su Qingshi suddenly walked over to the man in green clothes, took his hand, and shook her head. She knew that a battle would definitely occur if they were to go against each other. If they were to fight right now, then it would simply be a calamity. Because no matter if it was the current universe or the boundless universe, it wouldn't be able to endure their terrifying strength. The woman in a plain dress turned around to look at the man in green clothes. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and the walking sword appeared in her grasp. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked over to her side, took her hand and grinned. "Qing'er, forget it." The woman in a plain dress shook her head. "Big brother, listen to me this time. The Yang clan? Who do they think they are?" As soon as she finished speaking, the walking sword in her hand suddenly flew out and slashed towards the man in green clothes. They attacked. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Heaven rend. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw them suddenly attack. He immediately placed emissary Zhang, Su Ming, and the others into Xiao Tao's body. At the same time, he retreated behind the woman in a plain dress. Bang! All of a sudden, two beams of sword light burst forth. Rumble! In an instant, millions of stars were obliterated with the two of them at the center. Moreover, their residual energy hadn't dispersed just like that, and it was still spreading towards the surroundings at a terrifying speed. Based on its speed, it would only take a few breaths of time at most for it to destroy the entire universe, or even the boundless universe. Just as the current universe was about to collapse completely, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in the current universe. With the appearance of this mysterious force, the power of the woman in the plain dress and the man in green was instantly blocked and stopped spreading. But it didn't take long for that mysterious power to shatter and be annihilated. Meanwhile, a black character suddenly appeared in an unknown expanse of the starry sky. As soon as this character appeared, a powerful force obstructed the remaining force of the attacks from the green-clothed man and woman. Not long after, that word suddenly split open. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed that word. In the next moment, an ancient book suddenly appeared in this starry sky. Rumble! With the appearance of this ancient book, a terrifying force forcefully blocked the remaining power of the woman in the plain dress and the man in the green robe. However, he could only block it, not eliminate it. In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man stood with their swords. The plain-dressed woman's face was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. The green-robed man gripped his sword tightly in his right hand. His sword was turning red bit by bit. Meanwhile, a phantom suddenly appeared not too far away from the two of them. As soon as this phantom appeared, the dadeabi on Yi Xian's waist started trembling slightly. The phantom suddenly spoke softly. "If the two of you attack again, this current universe will immediately collapse, and the boundless universe will immediately collapse as well. A myriad of living beings will die because of the two of you." The plain-dressed woman turned around and glanced coldly at the phantom. The phantom said, "Don't look at me. If the two of you really want to fight, then I can't stop it. But if the two of you really fight now, have you thought about him?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. The plain-dressed woman fell silent for a moment, and then she looked at the man in green with a ferocious expression. "If it wasn't for my brother, then I would slaughter your Yang clan in front of you right now. Let's see what you can do then." As she spoke, she turned to look at Su Qingshi and spoke disdainfully. "Yang clan? What a piece of trash. Does my brother need something rare?" As she finished speaking, she turned around and pulled Yi Xian's hand as she walked towards the distance. After the plain-dressed woman left with Yi Xian, Su Qingshi turned to look at the man in green and said softly, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to train him, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this." The man in green shook his head. "This child's character is like mine, and he's very extreme most of the time." Su Qingshi nodded. "It should be the words illegitimate child that hurt him." As she spoke, she sighed softly. Illegitimate child. She had overlooked an important thing, and that was Yi Xian hadn't been recognized by the Yang clan until now. And Yi Xian, who had always been outside, had a grudge against the man in green. Now that he was treated like this by the Yang clan, he was naturally angry. Under such circumstances, the people of the Yang clan still targeted him. So he was naturally angry. As if she thought of something, Su Qingshi looked at the man in green and said again, "I'm sorry. I didn't handle this matter well." The man in green took Su Qingshi's hand and said softly, "With this kid's character, I'm afraid he won't return to the Yang clan." Su Qingshi fell silent. She was able to sense that Yi Xian's character was very similar to the man in green, and they were both extreme most of the time. Once he chose to leave the Yang clan, then he would definitely not return. The man in green suddenly turned around to gaze at the figure in the distance, and he didn't speak. The figure remained silent for a moment before he said, "It isn't as simple as you think." The man in green fell silent. The figure sighed softly. "The development of the matter has completely exceeded my control. All I can say is that all of you take care of yourselves. As for whether the outcome of the story is sad or happy, it's all in your own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually became ethereal, and it didn't take long for him to vanish completely. The man in green fell silent for a moment before he said, "Qingshi, I'll be leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Su Qingshi remained silent for a long time on the spot before she said, "Send my order." From this moment onward, Yi Xian is the young master of the Yang clan. Seeing him is like seeing the sword master. The expressions of Gu Shi and the others instantly changed violently when they heard this. Seeing him is like seeing the sword master. Obviously, Yi Xian was the next patriarch of the Yang clan. Su Qingshi sighed softly. That pair of father and son. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. After the man in green and the woman in a plain dress collided with each other, they directly damaged the quintessence of the entire universe. It could be said that the current universe had suffered a huge blow to its vitality. If Dedeabi's master hadn't forcefully interfered, then the entire universe would have probably been obliterated by now. Their strength was truly too terrifying. Even though Dedeabi's master had protected this universe, it had still been heavily damaged, and its vitality had been damaged. Qing held Yi Xian's hand as they walked slowly through the starry sky. Yi Xian smiled. "Qing, what are you doing here?" Qing spoke softly. "I missed you." Yi Xian grinned. "Me too." As he spoke, he held Qing's hand tightly. Qing turned to look at Yi Xian. "Brother, are you tired of fighting alone?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not at all." Qing fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. "I know what you mean, Qing, but I think it's good this way. I can slowly fight on my own. If I rely on you for everything, then I'll never be able to surpass you." Qing wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Are you trying to say that no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to surpass you?" Qing shook her head. "Brother, do you know what I discovered?" Yi Xian was curious. "What did you discover?" Qing looked up at the starry sky and spoke softly. "A person who writes the fate of others, his fate is also being written by others." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Qing, what do you mean?" Qing shook her head but didn't speak. "Yi Xian." Qing suddenly stopped. Her hands wrapped around Yi Xian's waist, and then leaned her head on Yi Xian's chest. Her eyes slowly closed. A charming smile appeared on her face. Yi Xian said softly, Qing said, "If stories have an ending, I hope it's like this." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and asked in his mind, Bro, did something happen?" Dedeabi said, "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned, and was about to speak, but Dedeabi suddenly said, "Brother, how would I know about her? Anyway, as long as nothing happens to you she'll be fine, but if something happens to you, she..." Dedeabi didn't continue. Over the past few days, it had finally come to understand one thing. That was, Destiny's happiness and anger depended entirely on Yi Xian. She couldn't bear to see Yi Xian suffer even the slightest grievance. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Qing, tell me, did you discover something again?" Qing said softly, "It's nothing, brother. You just need to live well. I'll take care of everything." Yi Xian. Qing suddenly smiled. "Brother, I want to go shopping with you, can I?" Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. "Where?" Qing blinked her eyes. "Anywhere is fine." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "I want to go to Arcana territory." Qing was a little curious. "Arcana territory?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "We visited some mysterious secret realms before. They were very dangerous, so I want to show you around the secret realms." Qing smiled, "Sure." Yi Xian laughed, and he suddenly turned to look into the distance, Lan Qing. As soon as he finished speaking, the space not far away was suddenly torn apart. The next moment, Lan Qing showed up in front of Yi Xian and his sister. Lan Qing bowed respectfully. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Help me investigate where there are arcana territories or ruins. I want to go shopping. Lan Qing hesitated, and then said, Arcana territory or ruins? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Lan Qing said solemnly. Young Master Yi, I know something about Dao Yi, but some places are extremely dangerous. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and said heroically, The more dangerous the better, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Lan Qing. 7017K. Chapter 2412. The Secret Area Ruins. In this vast universe, there were many unknown regions. Some of these regions were the cave ruins of ancient almighty figures, some were special regions, and some were the ruins of ancient sects. These cave ruins were usually extremely dangerous. Of course, at the same time, there were also countless opportunities. Yi Xian held Qing Er's hand and slowly walked towards the distant starry sky. In the Milky Way, the brother and sister held hands, and the starry sky around them was deep and distant. Yi Xian suddenly said, Qing why are you here all of a sudden? Is there something wrong? He was quite surprised by Qing Er's sudden appearance. Qing still said, I missed you. I missed you. Yi Xian tightened his grip on Qing Er's hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His heart was as sweet as honey. Qing Er's kindness to him was the purest in the world. Having a sister like this was a blessing in this life. At this moment, Lan Qing suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed deeply to Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, there are two ruins, the myriad tombs and the heaven's burial grounds. Yi Xian smiled. Give me the address. Lan Qing hesitated for a moment, and then he bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, forgive me for speaking out of turn. These two places are unimaginably dangerous. Yi Xian said seriously. I'm not afraid. Lan Qing smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, let me tell you something, and you'll know how terrifying these two places are. It's said that a group of extremely terrifying ancient experts are buried in the myriad tombs. According to the investigation of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, this place might be from the legendary Myriad Race era. The Myriad Race era. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You know about the Myriad Race era? He knew that those sages were from the legendary Myriad Race era. Lan Qing shook his head. I don't know. It's just that the pavilion master mentioned that this was an extremely brilliant era, and there were countless outstanding people in that era. It can be said that this era of the myriad races is the most advanced era in the history of our current universe. As he spoke, he smiled. In the words of the pavilion master, the era of the myriad races is the leader of countless eras. The leader of the era. Yi Xian nodded. I understand, Lan Qing said seriously. Young Master Yi, the myriad tombs divine realm, and the heaven's burial ground might both be from the era of the myriad races. As far as I know, the Yang clan once had experts explore these two places, but they never came back. Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. If I was alone, I definitely wouldn't go. But I'm not alone. As he spoke, he held Qing Er's hand and waved it. He smiled and said, I'll go with my sister. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qing Er's lips curled into a smile that made the universe pale in comparison. Lan Qing glanced at the plainly dressed woman. The plainly dressed woman was like an ordinary person. She stood there without the slightest bit of aura. She was simply too ordinary. Of course, Lan Qing didn't really think that the woman in front of him was ordinary. Lan Qing bowed slightly, then took out two scrolls and handed them to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is the address. Yi Xian took the two scrolls and said with a smile, Thank you. As he spoke, he opened one of the scrolls. He glanced at it, then turned to look at Qing Er. Let's go. Qing Er nodded, then disappeared into the distant end of the starry sky with Yi Xian. Amidst the boundless starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. Qing Er was by his side. Qing Er didn't fly on her sword. She simply held Yi Xian's hand with a faint smile on her face. Yi Xian was a little curious. Qing Er, you fought with my father with your sword earlier, and that sword attack almost destroyed the entire universe and the boundless universe. Why are your swords so powerful? Qing Er was silent. Yi Xian blinked. Is it hard to explain? Qing'er turned to look at Yi Xian. I'm thinking how to simplify a complicated question so that you can understand it. Yi Xian's expression froze. Qing'er said softly, within the realm, all are ants. Outside the realm, all are ants. A true expert isn't bound by anything. He understands everything and transcends everything. She turned to look at Yi Xian. If you ask me how strong I am, I can't answer you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Qing'er smiled. Because I don't know how strong I am. Yi Xian asked, invincible? Qing'er shook her head. Saying I'm invincible is underestimating me. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly Xiao Ta asked, Sister Tianming, between you and Master, who is stronger? Yi Xian looked at Qing'er. In fact, he also wanted to know the answer. Qing'er, dad and big brother. Who is stronger? Qing'er's expression was calm. You will know the answer when I become invincible. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that the three swords would fight one day. No one could stop it. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian asked again. Qing'er, Qingqiu used to be your original body. In other words, if both of you are willing, you can merge again, right? Qing'er nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Qing'er. If you combine, will you become stronger? Qing'er smiled. Take a guess. Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he shook his head with a smile. Qing'er, you're naughty. Qing'er looked at Yi Xian. We don't need to combine. I alone can protect you for life. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. So no matter in the current universe or the boundless universe, no one can threaten me. Am I right? Qing'er nodded. Yes. With me here. Even if they join hands, they can't kill you. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Qing'er said, You won't die, but it doesn't mean you won't. At this point, she didn't say anything else. Yi Xian was curious. What? Qing'er was silent for a long time. You won't die, but it doesn't mean your story won't end. Like a book, the story will come to an end one day. She leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. As long as I'm here, my brother's story will never end. If he dares, I'll finish him first. She glanced at a spot, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. If you dare to let the next person of destiny appear, I'll kill you as well. Someone was speechless. Yi Xian was about to speak when he sensed something. He turned and saw a man and a woman standing in the depths of the starry sky. The man wore golden armor and held a long spear in his hand. There was a murderous aura between his brows. The woman wore white armor and held a sheathed longsword in her hand. At this moment, both of them were looking at Yi Xian and Qing'er curiously. Seeing them looking at him, Yi Xian smiled as a greeting. Meanwhile, the man and woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The man gazed at Yi Xian. Are you going to the Myriad Tomb's divine domain? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. Yes. The man sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. You're just at the High God realm. Not to mention the Myriad Tomb's divine domain. You can't even enter the river of death at the borders. Yi Xian smiled. Are the two of you going to the Myriad Tomb's divine domain as well? The man replied, Yes. Yi Xian smiled. We're just going to have a look. The man glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. On the other hand, the white-armored woman's gaze was fixed on Qing'er. The white-armored woman had always been very confident, but when she saw Qing'er, she suddenly felt slightly ashamed of herself. Yi Xian paid no attention to them. He turned to look at Qing'er. Let's go. Qing'er nodded. She preferred to be alone with Yi Xian. Apart from Yi Xian, she didn't like anyone else looking at her. After Yi Xian and Qing'er disappeared in the distance, the man next to the woman whispered, The pen on that man's waist is the legendary Dedeabi. The woman nodded. I saw it. The man's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The woman saw through the man's intentions. Although this person's cultivation is low, he has Dedeabi. I'm afraid his background isn't simple. The man smiled. No matter how extraordinary he is, he's just at the High God realm. As he spoke, he opened his palm. In his hand, there was a small beast shaped like a mouse. At this moment, the little monster was looking in the direction Yi Xian left with a fanatical gaze. The man looked into the distance. The treasure-seeking mouse said that this person has many divine items, at least tens of billions of universe veins, and the legendary universe vein. Universe vein. Hearing this, the woman in white frowned. Are you sure? The man looked at the treasure-seeking mouse and smiled. I'm sure. Very sure. After a moment of silence, the woman said, but the more it is so, the more I feel that this person isn't simple, especially the woman next to him. The man asked, that woman? The woman nodded. Yes. This person. The man suddenly shook his head and smiled. That woman is soft and weak. Even if she is strong, how strong can she be? With that he smiled. I've never seen the treasure-seeking mouse so excited and fanatical. The woman in white was still worried. The man continued. This is the last one. Dedeabi is yours. Divide the universe veins equally. After a moment of silence, the woman said, okay. In the next moment, the two disappeared. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Qing'er suddenly stopped. The man and the woman in white appeared in front of them. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, the man suddenly disappeared and stabbed at Yi Xian with his spear. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? Ah! At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced the man's forehead without any warning. Boom! The man was directly nailed to the ground. That sword was the walking sword. The man and the woman in white were completely dumbfounded. The man looked at Yi Xian and Qing'er in horror. You. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, what are you doing? The man suddenly said in horror, I am from the Zhongshuan sect. Qing'er suddenly said calmly, where is the Zhongshuan sect? Point me in the direction. The man looked at Qing'er in horror. You. At this moment, Dedeabi suddenly said right. Qing'er opened her palm, and the walking sword suddenly flew out. Tens of millions of miles to the right, in a certain world, a sword suddenly fell straight into an extremely powerful sect. Rumble! Before the experts in the sect could react, their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Zhongshuan sect no longer existed in this world. P.S. Thank all the readers for their gifts and support. After erupting, you need to recuperate for a period of time. 7017K. Chapter 2413. In the starry sky, Qing'er opened her palm, and the azure sword returned to her hand. The man stared at Qing'er in horror. What did you do? Qing'er looked straight at the man. Do you have a backer? If you do, point me in another direction. Yi Xian. The man seemed to realize something. He suddenly cried out in horror. You destroyed my Zhongshuan sect. Who are you? At this moment, he had already reached the pinnacle of shock. Qing'er flicked her sleeve. Boom! The man's spirit was destroyed. The white-armored woman trembled, cold sweat pouring down her back. Qing'er looked at the white-armored woman. The white-armored woman said in a trembling voice, Senior. Qing'er suddenly asked, where is your home? Yi Xian. The white-armored woman's face was pale. Senior, At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distant horizon. Sir, please show mercy. We are from the Li clan. Qi. A sword suddenly streaked across the sky, and the voice came to an abrupt stop. Instant kill. Qing'er looked at the white-armored woman in front of her. Where is the Li clan? The white-armored woman's face was pale. She suddenly knelt in front of the plain-dressed woman and said in a trembling voice, Senior, Qing'er shook her head. Don't think of yourself as pitiful. If the weak had met the two of you today, how could they have survived? Saying so, she waved her fingers. Qi. The white-armored woman's head flew into the air. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Qing'er opened her palm and clenched her right hand at the white-armored woman's head. In the next moment, the white-armored woman's memories were directly grasped by her. Qing'er suddenly pointed with her fingers. Go! The walking sword disappeared at the end of the starry sky. In an unknown world, a sword appeared in the sky above a city without any warning. Boom! Following the appearance of this sword, the entire city suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sword, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Impudent! At this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from within the city. How dare you offend my Li clan? As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from the city. At this moment, the walk sword suddenly descended in a straight line. Boom! In an instant, the entire city was forcibly wiped out. The Li clan no longer existed in this world. In the starry space, the plain-dressed woman opened her right hand, and the walking sword returned to her. She turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. All right. He opened his palm as he spoke, and 2 storage rings flew into his hand. They were none other than the storage rings of the man and woman in white armor. There were close to 3 billion universe veins in the 2 storage rings. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He put away the storage ring and pulled Qing'er away. Not long after, the siblings arrived in front of a black river. This river stretched across the starry sky, and they couldn't see the end. The entire river was pitch black. Looking at the river, Yi Xian said softly, "This should be the river of death that the man mentioned just now." Qing'er looked at the river of death with a calm expression. Yi Xian blinked. "Qing'er, is there any danger in this river?" Qing'er shook her head. Yi Xian smiled, and was about to cross the river. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the river. It spread out from the water. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he sensed this terrifying aura. At this moment he actually smelled the aura of death. So strong. The owner of this aura definitely far exceeded End Realm. Yi Xian tightened his grip on Qing'er's hand and said softly, "Qing'er, didn't you say that it wasn't dangerous?" Qing'er looked at the river and said, "Is it dangerous?" Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, a vicious-looking man slowly floated up from the river. His face was really ugly, and he only had one eye. The rest of his face was covered in all sorts of poisonous pus, and it looked really disgusting. The man smiled and was about to speak when Qing'er suddenly said, "You are so ugly, don't scare my brother." As she said this, she raised her hand and slashed. Pooh! The man was directly wiped out by that sword. It ended right after he appeared. Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the river suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an illusory figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the river. The illusory figure gradually solidified. It was a man. And this man looked extremely ugly. His entire body was rotten, and there was pus flowing out of it. It was extremely disgusting. The man said viciously, "Who are you? You actually dare?" Qing'er suddenly frowned. "Ugly." As she said this, she raised her hand and slashed. Hung. The man who'd just appeared vanished without a trace, and it was as if he'd never been there. Qing'er turned to look at Yi Xian, and she grinned. "Big brother is still the best looking." Yi Xian. Suddenly, the bottom of the river surged once more, and it didn't take long for a woman to float up slowly. Qing'er looked at the woman, and the walk sword in her hand had started to tremble. However, this time, Qing'er didn't directly kill her, because that woman's appearance was not bad, with delicate features. The woman looked at Qing'er with fear in her eyes. "You are?" Qing'er's expression was calm, and she didn't answer. Yi Xian suddenly said, "We just want to cross the river." The woman looked at Yi Xian, sized Yi Xian up, and then asked, "Young master, what's your name?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yi Xian." The woman hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Young master Yi, this is the river of death, and we'll arrive at the myriad tombs divine domain once we cross it. We made an agreement with the people there that no one is allowed to cross, so..." Hiss! Suddenly, a sword was pressed against the center of the woman's forehead. The woman's figure stiffened. Qing'er gazed at the woman. "Say that again." The woman hurriedly spoke in a trembling voice. "Cross. You can cross. The two of you can cross." Yi Xian was speechless. Qing'er nodded slightly, and then she took Yi Xian's hand and walked towards the distance. When they arrived in front of the river, the water actually parted on its own, and Yi Xian could sense that the water seemed to be afraid of them. The river has a spirit. However, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. After Yi Xian and Qing'er left, the woman in the river instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and her entire body seemed like a pile of mud as she lay limply in the river. At this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't imagined that someone could actually be so strong. After all, her strength could be considered to be at the top here. But she actually hadn't been able to fight back at all when facing that woman. She had a feeling that in front of that woman, she was less than an ant. A long time passed before the woman shook her head. "How terrifying." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the river. Only a single ripple remained on the surface of the river. Yi Xian and Qing walked into the distance, and before long, they arrived at a mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Yi Xian frowned. He looked around, and felt a bone-chilling cold wind blowing around him. Yi Xian looked into the distance again. Not far away, there was a small village. In front of the village was a crooked tree, and on the tree sat a black three-eyed cat. At this moment, the cat was staring at him. Yi Xian glanced at the village, and the entire area was filled with yin qi. There was no one around, and it looked extremely cold and eerie. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing. Qing, don't you think it's strange? Qing's expression was calm. No. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. You don't think it's dangerous either, do you? Qing nodded. It's not dangerous. Yi Xian nodded. He held Qing's hand and walked toward the village. If he was alone, he would be a little afraid. Although he was strong now, he wasn't invincible. Especially when he had the rule that he couldn't stay cool for more than 3 days. But now did he need to panic? Holding Qing's hand, I have the universe. What's there to be afraid of? He was fearless. At the entrance of the village, the three-eyed cat suddenly glanced at Qing, and Qing turned around to glance at it. The three-eyed cat's pupils constricted when Qing's gaze fell upon it, and then it fell from the tree. After that, it fled madly towards the distance. Yi Xian looked at Qing. What's wrong with the cat? Qing's expression was calm. I'm afraid it's hungry. It's going to find something to eat. Yi Xian was speechless. As they entered the village, a mournful melody came from the side. Hearing this voice, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Next to a house not far away, an old man was lying on a chair and playing an eru. The more he played, the sadder it became. Yi Xian sized up the old man. The old man was wearing a simple linen robe, and there was a puppy lying next to him. The old man stopped abruptly. He looked at Yi Xian and chuckled. Interesting. Interesting. Yi Xian smiled. What do you mean by interesting, senior? The old man smiled. It's been so many years, but this is the first time someone has crossed the river of death and reached here. Kid, you have some skills. Yi Xian was silent. Can't these people sense Qing's presence? Or could it be that Qing didn't look like an expert? Yi Xian turned to look at Qing. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze, Qing smiled gently. Yi Xian was silent. To be honest, this gentle Qing doesn't look like a master. The old man suddenly stood up. He walked slowly to Yi Xian and Qing. He sized up Yi Xian and chuckled mockingly. The ignorant are fearless. Do you know what this place is? Yi Xian answered in a low voice. The Myriad Tombs realm. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Dedeabi. You actually brought Dedeabi with you. Interesting. He looked at Qing. He looked at Qing. Qing suddenly said, What are you looking at? The old man was surprised at first, but then he smiled. Everyone loves beauty. Young lady, you're so beautiful. Isn't it normal for me to look at you? Not only do I have to look, but I have to look carefully. Haha. Chi. A sword suddenly pierced the old man's forehead and nailed him to a house in the distance. Qing looked at the old man. Do you think you're funny? The old man. Chapter 24:14. In the distance, the old man who was nailed to the house looked at the woman in the plain dress in astonishment. You. Of course he was dumbfounded. One sword. He did not expect that he could not even withstand one sword from the other party. What kind of demon is this? Yi Xian suddenly pulled Qing's hand and said with a smile, Let's go. Being held by Yi Xian, the frost on Qing's face instantly melted. She nodded and said softly, Okay. After saying that, the siblings walked away. Behind them, the old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, Someone save me. At this moment, although the sword had disappeared, there was still a sword energy between his eyebrows. That sword energy had locked onto him. The old man was in despair. I shouldn't have acted tough. Now, I've fallen into a trap. Yi Xian pulled Qing's hand and walked into the depths of the village. He had to admit that holding Qing's hand really gave him a sense of security. There was no fear. At the thought of this, The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up involuntarily. After reaching the depths of the village, Yi Xian found that most of the houses in the village were empty. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In the courtyard of a house on his right, there was a little girl in a black dress sitting on a swing. The little girl's hair was extremely long, reaching the ground. Only half of her face was exposed, and it was very pale. Yi Xian looked at the little girl and withdrew his gaze. Then he pulled Qing and continued to walk into the distance. This time, he was here to look for treasures, not to act tough. At this moment, the little girl suddenly laughed sinisterly. Yi Xian frowned and turned to look at the little girl. "Little girl, what are you laughing at?" The little girl looked at Yi Xian and said, "Your death is near." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "You know how to read fortunes?" The little girl nodded. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why would my death be near?" The little girl grinned. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." Tianji. Yi Xian looked down at Dedeabi on his waist. "By bro, is she right?" After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, "Young Master Yi, she's bragging. The current you is absolutely invincible among invincibles." Yi Xian nodded. "I think so too, haha." Dedeabi. At this time, the little girl suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Qing like a ghost. She looked straight at Yi Xian and said, "Anyone who enters this village can never leave." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The little girl giggled. "Because this village has an incomparably powerful restriction." As she spoke, she pointed at the exit of the village in the distance. There was a floating black iron sword there. Yi Xian glanced at the black iron sword and said, "This is." The little girl smiled. "This sword will crush anyone who dares to leave." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A ray of sword light flew out of the village. However, it had only just arrived at the entrance when it was slashed into pieces by the black iron sword. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he witnessed this scene, but it instantly returned to normal. "What am I afraid of?" Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly smiled and said, "See, you can't leave." Yi Xian spoke with a serious expression. "Let's make a bet." The little girl frowned slightly. "What do you want to bet?" Yi Xian smiled. "What do you have?" The little girl gazed at Yi Xian for a long time before she said, "Money." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and there was a spatial ring there. There were over 5 billion universe veins within it. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. The little girl grinned. "What do you have?" Yi Xian also opened his palm. There was a storage ring in his palm, and there were exactly 5 billion universe veins in it. The little girl took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian, and then she said, "You can leave now." Yi Xian nodded, and then he took Qing's hand and walked out. Yi Xian gazed at the black iron sword and remained silent. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Not to mention a sword. He wouldn't even be afraid even if his father was on guard here. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the village. The little girl stared fixedly at Yi Xian and his younger sister. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to walk out of the village with Qing. However, the sword didn't move at all. The little girl's eyes opened wide with disbelief when she witnessed this scene. Outside the village, Yi Xian raised his head to glance at the floating sword, and then he smiled. "That sword actually gave me face. Ha ha ha." Xiaota couldn't help but say, "Young master, it might have given big sister Tianming face." Yi Xian's face darkened. "No one will think you're mute even if you don't speak." Xiaota was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the little girl spoke in a low voice. "How did you do it?" Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at the little girl with a smile. "You've lost." The little girl fell silent. Yi Xian grinned. "You wouldn't go back on your word, right?" The little girl remained silent for a moment before she opened her palm, and the spatial ring slowly floated over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't refuse, and just put the spatial ring away. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly said, "Can you take me out?" Yi Xian gazed at the little girl, and her eyes were filled with a pleading expression. Yi Xian smiled. "Sure." The little girl was first stunned, and then she was overjoyed. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Come out." The little girl hurriedly ran over, but when she neared the village entrance, she stopped and looked at the black sword with fear. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, with me around, it wouldn't dare to hurt you. The black sword. The little girl hesitated for a moment, and then slowly walked out of the village. When she walked out of the village, the black sword still didn't budge. Seeing this, the little girl instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and she turned to look at Yi Xian. You're so strong. Yi Xian laughed. Of course. Saying so, he looked at the black sword, and was tempted. Qing'er suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and shook her head. It's just a lousy sword, it's meaningless. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, let's go. After saying so, he pulled Qing'er and was about to leave, but then, as if thinking of something, he turned to look at the little girl. Do you have anywhere else to go? The little girl shook her head. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Then do you want to go to my academy? The little girl blinked. Academy? Yi Xian nodded, and he quickly took out a wooden token and handed it to the little girl. Come, from now on, you're a student of my Guanxian Academy. The little girl hesitated for a moment, and then said, But I don't really like to study. Yi Xian smiled. It's okay, you can be my fighter. Fighter? The little girl was speechless. The little girl was still a little hesitant, because the man in front of her didn't seem very reliable. Yi Xian smiled. If you're not willing, it's okay. You're free now, you can leave. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Do you know where this place is? Yi Xian smiled. Myriad Tombs, Divine Realm. The little girl shook her head. This place belongs to the Emperor Yin tribe. During the Myriad clan era, the Emperor Yin tribe was invaded by terrifying forces from the boundless universe. In that battle, the entire Emperor Yin tribe was destroyed, and countless clansmen died. The seal has been sealed. Saying that, she shook her head slightly. Very tragic. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Are you also from the Emperor Yin tribe? The little girl was silent for a moment, and then nodded. The Myriad clan era. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Human King's sacred seal appeared in his hand. When she saw the Human King's sacred seal in Yi Xian's hand, the little girl's pupils suddenly shrank. You're the king of the human race. Yi Xian nodded. The little girl looked at Yi Xian, and her expression became strange. King of the human race. You're so weak. Hearing that, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. What are you saying? What do you mean I'm weak? The little girl giggled. You're only at the high god realm, so weak. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl said again. Tsk tisk. I really didn't expect to meet the king of the human race here. How many survivors of the human race are there now? Yi Xian shook his head. Not many. The little girl looked sad. Our Emperor Yin doesn't have many left. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Does your Emperor Yin have a king? The little girl shook her head. After the king fell, our Emperor Yin still has no king. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Look at me. Do you think I'm suitable to be the king of your Emperor Yin? The little girl looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. You? Yi Xian nodded. The little girl said in a deep voice. You're not from the Emperor Yin. Yi Xian said with a smile. So what? I don't care. The little girl hesitated, and then said, We care. Yi Xian. The little girl suddenly said. I'll take you to the Emperor Yin royal city. Yi Xian was puzzled. What for? The little girl said in a deep voice. That place seems to be sealed now. If you can save the powerhouses of my Emperor Yin tribe, maybe they will really be willing to respect you as king. Yi Xian thought for a while, then nodded. Okay. The little girl smiled and said, Let's go. After saying that, she floated directly into the distance. Yi Xian pulled Qing'er and hurriedly followed. The little girl kept introducing the Emperor Yin tribe to Yi Xian along the way. And from the little girl, he also learned some things about the Myriad race era. In the Myriad race era, there were 3 super races, one of which was the human race. In addition to the human race, there was the heavenly race and the most powerful holy race. It was these 3 races that led the Myriad race to resist the terrifying forces of the boundless universe. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he was thinking about the Yang clan. If the current Yang clan was placed in the Myriad race era, what level would it be? Of course, that was if his father was excluded. With his father, the Yang clan would definitely be first, but without his father? Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. Yang clan. Anyway, he would not return to the Yang clan now. Young master? He really did not care too much. At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly came from afar. The three looked over, and not far away, an old man appeared in their line of sight like a ghost. The old man had a hunched back and an aged face. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Xian and the others with a sinister smile. Seeing this old man, the little girl's expression became solemn. The old man's gaze suddenly fell on Qing. He looked at Qing and then smiled sinisterly. So beautiful. TSK, this figure. A sword suddenly pierced the old man's eyebrows, and the old man was directly nailed to the spot. The old man's eyes were wide open, and his mind was blank. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, Dedeabi suddenly sighed in a low voice, a max-level bug boss visiting the novice village. Chapter 24:15. Instant kill. Next to Yi Xian, the little girl was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the plain-dressed woman in disbelief, and her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. The most dumbfounded person was the old man. He didn't even realize that there was a sword in his head. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman opened her palm, and the old man's storage ring floated in front of her. She picked up the storage ring, turned around, and placed it in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian. The plain-dressed woman smiled. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The three of them continued forward. Behind them, the old man was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was locked by a sword light and couldn't move at all. At this moment, he was already extremely shocked. He couldn't fight back at all. Just how powerful was this person? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. In the distance, the little girl next to Yi Xian glanced at Qing from time to time, and her eyes were filled with fear. She finally understood why the black sword didn't dare to attack. It wasn't because of Yi Xian, but because of this woman. The little girl threw Yi Xian a look. This man is a man with a backer. On the way, Yi Xian glanced at the old man's storage ring, and his lips curled up slightly. This old man's storage ring actually contained billions of universe veins. Huge wealth. Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Qing. It was good to follow Qing. They cleared all the stages. Not long after, the three of them arrived in front of an ancient city. This city was very desolate, and the city walls were covered in grass. The entire city was extremely eerie, like a ghost city. At this moment, the little girl suddenly said, Emperorine City. Looking at Emperorine City, a complicated look flashed through the little girl's eyes. Not long ago, this place was extremely glorious, but now it was so desolate. At this moment, the little girl seemed to have noticed something, and her pupils suddenly constricted. She said in shock, Be careful. It's a spirit. Just as she said that, a black figure suddenly appeared in the distance. This black figure held a giant sickle, and his long hair dragged on the ground. Spirit. The little girl looked at the spirit, her eyes filled with fear. This is a spirit from the boundless universe, and it's a spirit general. Yi Xian looked at the panicking little girl and smiled. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The little girl. In the distance, the spirit suddenly walked slowly toward Yi Xian and the other two. When he walked toward Yi Xian and the other two, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared above his head, and this black cloud slowly spread toward Yi Xian and the other two. The little girl stared at the spirit and said, This spirit knows how to die. Do you see that black cloud? That is the death zone of legend. Once one is enveloped by it, then one will be trapped there for eternity, unable to reincarnate. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the spirit. It's not too late if you surrender now. The little girl turned to look at Yi Xian in shock. At this time, the spirit suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. In an instant, the black cloud appeared above Yi Xian and the other two, and at the same time, a blood-red light directly slashed at Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he felt like his head was flying out. This slash was faster than anything. Yi Xian was shocked. What kind of terrifying speed was this? He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Just when the red light was half an inch away from Yi Xian's throat, all of a sudden, the distant city wall trembled violently, and then, a shadow was nailed to the city wall. It was the spirit. At this moment, the spirit was nailed to the city wall by a sword. Above Yi Xian and the other two, the black cloud had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Next to Yi Xian, the little girl was dumbfounded. Soon, she turned to look at the woman in the plain dress. F***ck, Yi Xian. Qing Er's expression was calm. She glanced at the little girl. What's wrong? The little girl gulped, and then said, You're so powerful? Qing Er nodded. Yes. The little girl. In the distance, the spirit suddenly hoarsely said, You. Who are you? The voice was full of fear. Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The spirit said, I didn't ask you. Yi Xian's expression froze, and then he shook his head. Qing Er, kill him. This person doesn't know any better. Qing Er flicked her sleeves. Boom. The spirit was directly erased. The spirit. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian, but did not speak. She finally saw it. Although this man's strength was not as strong as this woman was very obedient to this man. At this time, Qing Er opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly floated into her hand. Then, she placed the ring in Yi Xian's palm. Yi Xian laughed, and then he pulled Qing Er toward the distant city. At this time, the little girl suddenly said, Careful, there's a restriction. As soon as she spoke, Qing Er flicked her sleeves. Boom. In an instant, the entire city wall collapsed, along with countless mysterious black runes. In other words, with this wave of the hand, all the restrictions in the city disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the little girl collapsed to the ground paralyzed. Oh my! After entering the city, Yi Xian found that the city was in ruins. Not only that, but there were corpses everywhere on the streets. Some of the corpses were intact, but others were piles of bones. It's been too long. Holding Qing Er's hand tightly, Yi Xian said softly, It seems that a terrible battle took place here. Qing Er glanced at the surroundings with a calm expression. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread from the end of the street. Yi Xian frowned. This aura was the same as the one from before. Clearly, it was another spirit. Meanwhile, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian and Qing Er. That figure was just about to speak when a sword suddenly flew over. And it didn't even have the chance to react before the sword pierced through the center of the figure's forehead. Qi. The shadow was instantly nailed to the roof of a house. Qing Er opened her palm, and a storage ring flew out of the spirit's body and into her hand. Then, she placed the ring in Yi Xian's palm. Yi Xian. At the side, the little girl looked at the woman in the plain dress with a strange expression. In the distance, the spirit suddenly cried out in horror. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Yi Xian. The spirit suddenly shouted angrily. I didn't ask you. Qing Er frowned and flicked her sleeves. Boom. The spirit was erased. The little girl looked at Yi Xian in silence. Qing Er suddenly pulled Yi Xian into the distance. Before long, Qing Er and Yi Xian came to a square. There was a huge stone pillar in the square, and a middle-aged man was stuck on top of it. Seeing the middle-aged man, the little girl suddenly said in a trembling voice, Clan leader. The clan leader of the Imperial Yin tribe. Yi Xian looked at the clan leader. He had to admit that the clan leader was miserable. He had been hung like this for God knows how many years. It seemed that when the myriad races fought against the mysterious forces of the boundless universe, it was not a simple tragedy. At this moment, the chieftain of the Divine Yin tribe opened his eyes slowly. He looked at Yi Xian directly. King of the human clan. Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, the clan leader said, The human race has a successor. At this time, the little girl suddenly said, Clan leader, does the clan leader still have hope? Hope. The clan leader looked into the distance and laughed at himself. The clan leader has no hope. The little girl hurriedly pointed at Yi Xian. Clan leader, let him be the clan leader. If he is the king of the clan leader will have hope. She finally understood. Although Yi Xian was not particularly powerful, the woman next to Yi Xian was really fierce. Hearing this, the clan leader looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated and was about to speak, but the little girl hurriedly said, Clan leader, Don't look at him. Look at this big sister. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Hearing the little girl's words, the patriarch of the Emperor Yin tribe looked at the plain-dressed woman. Looking at the plain-dressed woman, the patriarch of the Emperor Yin tribe frowned slightly, because he couldn't see through the plain-dressed woman. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly said, "Clan leader, don't worry about it. In any case, the clan leader is already in this state. There's nothing to lose. Just let this little brother be the clan leader." The clan leader was slightly hesitant. Although the clan leader's power was gone, they still had some resources. He naturally couldn't be at ease to hand it over to someone who wasn't part of the clan. The little girl was anxious when she saw the clan leader hesitate. The little girl hurriedly said, "Clan leader, you won't get another chance if you miss this opportunity." Suddenly, the bottom of the stone pillar wriggled, and it didn't take long for a shadow to float up. A Yin spirit. This Yin spirit had a violet ribbon wrapped around his forehead, and the scythe in his hand was crimson gold. The little girl's expression suddenly changed when she saw this Yin spirit, and she ran over to Yi Xian's side. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly ran over to Qing Er's side. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl spoke solemnly. "This is a high-rank spirit general. His strength is extremely terrifying." Her voice was filled with terror. She'd witnessed how terrifying a high-rank spirit general was in that battle all those years ago. A high-rank spirit general had charged into the clan leader's territory and slaughtered them like a madman. It was a massacre. That scene had become a nightmare that she couldn't get rid of. Qing Er looked at the little girl. When she saw Qing Er look over, the little girl hesitated for a moment before she said, "Big sister, this one is very powerful. You have to be careful." Qing Er nodded. "All right." Yi Xian was speechless. The high-rank spirit general suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "Become the king of the clan leader?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm sure." The high-rank spirit general sneered. "What right do you have?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then held Qing Er's hand and waved it. "My sister." The high-rank spirit general turned to look at Qing Er. When he saw the walking sword hovering beside Qing Er, he sneered. "Woman, come. I'll let you have 3 strikes." Yi Xian was speechless. 7017K. Chapter 24:16. 3 strikes from her. Yi Xian fell silent. 3 strikes from Qing Er? Even if his father and big brother put together, they wouldn't dare to say that. The last person to be so arrogant was probably Tianyi. Now the grass on Tianyi's grave was over 10 m tall. Yi Xian gave the high-rank spirit general a thumbs up. "I admire your courage." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qing. Qing. Why can't they sense how strong you are?" Qing Er thought for a moment and said, "I'm too weak. Too weak." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Qing Er is an eternal god." The corners of Qing Er's mouth curled up slightly when she heard this, and it was truly a peerlessly beautiful smile. Yi Xian was stunned by this sight. A short moment later, he lightly stroked Qing Er's face and said softly, "Qing Er, you can smile more." Qing Er gazed at Yi Xian. "I only smile at you." Yi Xian roared with laughter, and his heart was warm like a sunny day. "Too weak." Meanwhile, the high-rank spirit general spoke abruptly. "Woman, are you talking about me?" Qing Er gazed at the high-rank spirit general. In the next moment, a sword suddenly pierced through the high-rank spirit general's forehead. Hiss! In an instant, the high-rank spirit general's body was nailed to the spot, and he was unable to move. The high-rank spirit general's mind went blank. "What's wrong with me? Who am I?" Qing Er gazed at the high-rank spirit general with an expressionless face. "Do you have a problem with saying you're weak?" The high-rank spirit general gazed at Qing Er with astonishment, and his gaze seemed as if he'd seen a ghost. He wasn't a small fry in the spirit of Yin clan. He was a high-rank spirit general. It could be said that he could be considered as an expert amongst the spirit of Yin clan. However, at this moment, he'd actually been instantly killed by a single sword strike. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. The high-rank spirit general was completely stunned. The little girl beside Yi Xian looked at the plain-dressed woman with widened eyes. Apart from shock, There was also admiration in her eyes. This was too ferocious. No matter who it was, it would only take one sword strike. At this moment, a black seal suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian. This seal was completely black, and about the size of a palm. On top of the seal were two large words, Emperor Yin. Yi Xian glanced at the seal, and then he looked up at the patriarch of the Imperial Yin tribe. The patriarch spoke in a trembling voice. Young friend, from now on, you are the king of my Imperial Yin tribe. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he smiled and said, Senior, don't you want to think about it? The patriarch of the Imperial Yin tribe hurriedly shook his head. No need to think about it. After he saw the woman in a simple dress attack, he'd already understood how terrifying she was. Not to mention a tiny high-rank spirit knight. Even if he was at his peak, he would probably not be a match for her. Yi Xian was silent. The patriarch of the Imperial Yin tribe continued. Everything of my Imperial Yin tribe is within this seal. From now onward, all members of my Imperial Yin tribe must obey your orders. Yi Xian glanced at the seal, and then his eyelids twitched. He hurriedly put the seal away and spoke seriously. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely lead the Imperial Yin tribe to glory. The patriarch of the Imperial Yin tribe glanced at the Qing and said, I believe in you. As he spoke, his figure gradually became ethereal. Yi Xian fell silent. Many members of the Imperial Yin tribe had perished at a young age. It was only a strand of consciousness that was holding on now. Now that that strand of consciousness had been exhausted, it was naturally time for it to vanish from this world. The high-rank spirit knight suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Who are you? Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and glanced at the high-rank spirit knight. Yi Xian. The little girl's expression instantly became strange. The high-rank spirit knight turned to look at Yi Xian. No. Hiss. He wasn't even able to finish speaking before he was obliterated. Qing'er opened her palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated into her hand. Just like before, she placed it in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He put the spatial ring away, and then he took a look at his current wealth. He had over 90 billion universe veins now. Previously, the human race had 40 billion time veins, and the Emperor Yin tribe had more than 40 billion time veins. Adding on the storage rings that he had just obtained, he now had more than 90 billion time veins. In addition, he also had the god objects of the two races. The Imperial Yin tribe had tens of thousands of divine treasures, and they had all sorts of divine treasures. Right now he had both money and equipment. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian gazed at the little girl by his side. Help me gather all the experts of the Imperial Yin tribe in the city. The little girl hesitated for a moment and said, It's dangerous. There are still some Yin spirits in the city. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing'er, and Qing'er nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and then the walk sword suddenly shot into the sky. In the next moment, the walk sword spun around and shot into the city. Bang! In an instant, countless shrill cries resounded throughout the city. This attack had eliminated all the Yin spirits in the city. The little girl gazed at Qing'er with a trace of terror in her eyes. She couldn't imagine the strength of this woman before her. Right at this moment, a furious shout resounded from within the city. How dare you! As soon as the voice resounded, a figure suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian and Qing'er. The figure gradually condensed, and it was a Yin spirit as well. The Yin spirit glared angrily at Qing'er. Who exactly are you? Qing'er's expression was calm. Guess. Yi Xian was astounded, and then he shook his head and chuckled. Qing'er is really getting more and more mischievous. The Yin spirit gazed at Qing'er, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. You're not from the Imperial Yin tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and transformed into a shadow that vanished into the sky. Obviously, he confirmed with his eyes that this was someone he couldn't defeat. Meanwhile, Qing'er opened her palm, and the walk sword vanished. Hiss! In an instant, the spot where the Yin spirit stood split open, and then a shrill cry resounded. After that, a strange scene appeared. The Yin spirit who'd fled had suddenly appeared on the spot like a ghost, and there was a sword stuck in the center of his forehead. Yi Xian, and the little girl were both struck dumb at the sight of that. The person who fled has actually appeared here again? The Een spirit seemed as if he'd seen a ghost, and he spoke with terror. You. How could you? Ching flicked her sleeve. Bang! The spirit disappeared. Ching opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly floated into her hand. She then turned around and placed it in Yixian's hand. Yixian was speechless. The young girl glanced at Ching and said, I'll go gather the clansmen. With that, she turned around and left. Excitement. With this woman's protection, the Emperor Een tribe would definitely rise. Yixian was curious. Ching, what was that sword move of yours just now? Ching smiled. Slash it. Yixian said solemnly. I will also slash, but it will be different from yours. Ching pondered for a moment and said, There's a small gap in strength between us right now. Yixian smiled bitterly. A little. Ching took Yixian's hand and said with a smile, You're already very outstanding. Yixian nodded. I will work hard. Ching blinked. You don't have to work so hard. Yixian smiled. Why? Ching's lips curled up. I'll support you, Yixian. Not long after, the young girl gathered all the Emperor Een tribe's experts in the city. There weren't many left, only less than 300 people. And these 300 people weren't very strong, because the Emperor Een tribe's true experts had almost all died in battle. The young girl led the Emperor Een tribe's experts to Yixian and said, Greetings, Patriarch. With that, she took the lead and bowed deeply. However, the Emperor Een tribe's experts gazed curiously at Yixian. None of them bowed, and some of them even had vigilance in their eyes. The young girl frowned when she saw this. She was about to speak when Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and the seal that the Patriarch of the Spirit of Een tribe had given him appeared in his hand. He glanced at them and smiled. From this moment onward, I'm the Patriarch of the Spirit of Een tribe. If any of you aren't convinced, then fight my younger sister first. Right, you can only fight me if you can defeat my younger sister. Ching was speechless. The young girl gazed at Yixian with astonishment on her face. I'm not convinced. Right at this moment, a man from the Emperor Een tribe stepped forward, and he gazed at Ching. I'll fight you. Yixian hurriedly pulled on Ching's hand and said softly, Don't kill him. Ching nodded. She gazed at the man who'd spoken. Can we begin? The man stared at Ching. Yes. Hiss. He'd only just finished speaking when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. Ching-er's expression was calm. It's over. All of them were stunned. The man who'd been nailed by the sword was stunned as well. I was killed in an instant just like that. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly smiled and said, Is there anyone who's dissatisfied? Dissatisfied? The expressions of all the experts from the Emperor Een tribe became unsightly when they heard this. He'd nailed the man there with a single strike. How could anyone dare to be dissatisfied? Yixian smiled. So all of you have no objections? All of them exchanged glances. Yixian suddenly gazed at the man who'd been nailed by the sword. Do you have any objections? The man hurriedly spoke in a trembling voice. No. No objections. Yixian nodded. And then he opened his palm, causing the walk sword of the Tao to fly into his grasp. Yixian was struck dumb at the sight of this. When did the walk sword give me so much face? As if he knew what Yixian was thinking, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, how could it not give you face? Big sister Tianming is here. If it dares to not give you face, then big sister Tianming will probably break it. Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly said, Greetings, Patriarch. The experts of the Emperor Een tribe gazed at the woman in a plain dress. Obviously, they felt that Ching was more suitable to be the Patriarch. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly smiled and said, Let me ask all of you a question. If even the younger sister is so strong, then the older brother? Think about it. Ching was speechless. The experts of the Emperor Een tribe exchanged glances, and then they hurriedly bowed deeply to Yixian and spoke in unison. Greetings, Patriarch. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Sorry, the update was a bit late. I'm really sorry. Due to an unexpected situation, my computer suddenly turned blue. I ran to the internet cafe to update it. 7017K. Chapter 24:17. Patriarch. Just like that, Yi Xian smoothly took over the Imperial Yin tribe. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian turned to Qing. What is the realm above supremacy? Realm. He had to admit that he was having a mental breakdown at the mention of realms. There were too many realms. Qing shook her head. Yi Xian was surprised. You don't know? Qing smiled. Realms are a kind of restraint, a kind of rule. I am no longer in realms, and I have no interest in them. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. He looked at the little girl next to him. What's your name? The little girl smiled. Di Lang. Yi Xian nodded. Can you tell me more about this realm? The little girl nodded. Supremacy is divided into 9 realms. Each realm represents 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Above the supreme god is the legendary freedom. Yi Xian frowned. Freedom? Di Lang nodded solemnly. That is, you are no longer bound by the power of faith. You are truly free. Experts of this level could be said to have surpassed the power of faith and reached another level. There were many experts of this level in the era of the myriad races. But in this era, she shook her head. I'm afraid there are very, very few. Freedom. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. Di Lang glanced at Qing and spoke softly. Big sister, are you an expert above the unfettered realm? Qing looked at Di Lang. No. Di Lang wanted to say something, but Qing said, the one hanging just now is your patriarch, right? Di Lang said, yes. Qing looked at Di Lang. Do you think he's strong? Di Lang nodded. Of course. Above freedom is the virtual self realm. And above virtual self realm is the legendary true self realm. The true self realm transcends faith and matter. The body, consciousness, and soul reach the true self. An expert of this level is. Qing suddenly said, that's quite weak. Di Lang's expression froze. Yi Xian laughed. It had to be said that Qing was getting naughtier and naughtier. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and glanced at the experts of the Imperial Yin clan. Miss Di Lang, are any of them at the realm of true self? Di Lang shook his head. Yi Xian asked again, is there a virtual self realm? Di Lang shook his head again. Yi Xian's face sank. What about the unfettered state? Di Lang hesitated for a moment before he said, just one at the half-step freedom realm. Yi Xian was speechless. Di Lang smiled bitterly. Back then, we had 3 true self-realm cultivators and many virtual self-realm cultivators. As she spoke, her expression darkened. We lost that battle too badly. Yi Xian said solemnly. Are your opponents the spirits of Nining clan? Di Lang shook her head. The spirits of Nining clan is just a small fry. There are more terrifying ones. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian in confusion. You're the king of the human race. Don't you know? Yi Xian said solemnly. That old man didn't tell me. Di Lang. Yi Xian suddenly said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Miss Di Lang, take your clansmen to the Universe of God's Guanxian Academy. When you get there, my sister will receive you and make arrangements for you. Di Lang blinked. You have a sister? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Di Lang's expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled. When you get there, you must live well. Otherwise Qing Qiu was not to be trifled with. Di Lang nodded. Since we recognize you as our clan leader, we will definitely listen to you. In any case, we can't beat your sister. Yi Xian was speechless. So you listen to me because you are afraid of my sister. Moments later, Di Lang left with the experts of the Heavenly Yin clan. Now that the seal on this place had been lifted, the Heavenly Yin clan were free. Now, they could only follow Yi Xian because they knew that the terrifying forces of the boundless universe might come again. Now that the Heavenly Yin clan was in such a state, if they did not ride on their coattails, they could only wait for death. After Di Lang and the others left, only Yi Xian and Qing were left. Yi Xian looked around and smiled. Qing, this trip to the mystic realm was extraordinarily smooth. There had been no accidents along the way. With Qing around, it was awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly split open, and the next moment, a figure silently appeared. Yi Xian looked at the figure in surprise. The shadow that came was a spirit. However, it was not the real body, but an illusion. The figure looked down at Qing, and said hoarsely, "How dare you kill a spirit of the Heavenly Yin clan?" Qing nodded. "Of course I dare." The figure was silent for a moment, then said, "Woman, you will pay an unimaginable price for this in the future." With that, he was about to disappear. At this moment, Qing suddenly opened her palm, and the walking sword flew out. Hiss! The walking sword suddenly sank into the forehead of the illusory figure. Almost at the same time, in a huge city in the clouds somewhere in the boundless universe, a shrill scream resounded. The next moment, a sword light shot up into the sky from the city. Boom! In an instant, the city in the clouds was reduced to ashes. In the boundless universe, countless terrifying experts turned to look at the city in the clouds. Myriad Tombs God Realm. The figure pinned by Qing Er's sword looked at the plain-dressed woman in horror. "You, what did you do?" Qing Er's expression was calm. She took Yi Xian's hand and turned to leave. At this time, Dedeabi's voice suddenly sounded. "Idiot, do you think this is the Milky Way? In front of her, you have to pay for your words." The illusory figure. Yi Xian took Qing to the next secret realm, the Sky Burial Grounds. In the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. Qing stood beside him, holding his hand tightly. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Qing I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly appear?" Qing turned to look at Yi Xian. "I missed you." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled. "Me too." In this world, only Qing Er's kindness to her was unreserved and without any ulterior motives. The purest. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Brother Bai, what's going on with the boundless universe?" Dedeabi was silent for a moment. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned. "You don't know?" Dedeabi said. "I don't care about that." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Not under your control? Are you kidding me?" Dedeabi sighed in a low voice. "I really don't care about that. It's a bit special. Master is in charge." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "Can you ask your master to take care of that side and stop them from bullying me?" Dedeabi said. "Master doesn't care about that side now either." Yi Xian was not in a hurry. "Why?" Dedeabi said in a low voice. "Big brother, I'm just a pin. How would I know so much?" Yi Xian was speechless. This lousy pin learned from Xiao Ta. It's a pin when you act cool, and a pin when you don't know anything. Yi Xian glanced at Qing beside him. He was a little hesitant. Should he bring Qing for a stroll around the boundless universe? After a stroll around, who would dare to touch him? At this moment, an angry roar from afar interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, a man and a demon were fighting. The demon was huge. It was tens of thousands of feet tall. It looked like an ape with 2 legs, 2 arms, and a tail. The one fighting it was a woman in a white dress. The battle between the man and the demon was quite intense. Yi Xian had no intention of interfering, and he just led Qing towards the other side. But right at this moment, the woman in a white dress was suddenly blasted flying by the demon beast's punch. After it blasted the woman flying, the demon beast smashed its fist forward once more. An extremely terrifying force instantly swept through the surroundings. In an instant, the entire starry sky seethed while countless strands of starlight were obliterated. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. This demon beast is really ferocious. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress suddenly formed a seal with her fingers, and then she pointed forward. In an instant, countless golden talismans suddenly surged out. Rumble! In an instant, the demon beast's body exploded apart, and then it was blasted back repeatedly. Meanwhile, most of the golden talismans flew towards Yi Xian and Qing. Yi Xian was shocked when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to lend a hand. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress suddenly shouted furiously, "Stop!" As soon as she finished speaking, the golden talismans stopped around 100 m away from Yi Xian and Qing. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress suddenly formed a seal with her fingers, World Borrowing Tao. As soon as she finished speaking, an enormous net of golden talismans enveloped the demon beast. and then strands of terrifying energy seeped out from within the net and smashed against the demon beast. It didn't take long for the demon beast to let out a shrill and miserable cry. However, the energy of the talismans didn't weaken at all, and they grew in number instead. Just like that, it didn't take long for the demon beast to be on its last breath. At this time, the woman in a white dress took out a small pot, and with a light touch, the demon beast was sucked into the small pot. After that, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian and Qing'er. She took a step forward and came before Yi Xian and Qing'er. Looking at Yi Xian, she frowned slightly. Upper God Realm. Yi Xian nodded. The woman in a white dress looked at Yi Xian. You're just a puny Upper God Realm cultivator. How dare you come here? Yi Xian smiled faintly. I'm here to handle some matters. Young lady, who are you? The woman in a white dress said calmly. Celestial Master Sect. Yi Xian fell silent. Never heard of it. The woman in a white dress was about to speak, but at this time, the starry sky in the distance suddenly shook violently, like a great earthquake. At the same time, a terrifying and powerful aura swept over. Seeing this scene, the woman in a white dress narrowed her eyes slightly. The legendary Eternal Demon Emperor. Having said that, she turned to Yi Xian and Qing'er. This demon is very strong. You guys go first. Yi Xian asked. Can you beat it? The woman in a white dress shook her head, her expression incomparably grave. No, but I can delay it for a while. Yi Xian thought about it, then said, Then why not let my sister fight it? The woman in a white dress looked at Qing'er. Her? Yi Xian nodded. The woman in a white dress sized up Qing'er for a moment, then asked, Do you know how to fight? Qing'er shook her head. No. The woman in a white dress was stunned. Qing'er shook her head. I only know how to kill. Yi Xian. 7017K. Chapter 24:18. They only know how to kill. The woman was first stunned when she heard Qing'er, and then she frowned slightly. She sized Qing'er up carefully again, and it didn't take long for her expression to become solemn. At this moment, she noticed to her astonishment that she couldn't sense Qing'er's aura. She was at the peak of the carefree realm right now, but she actually couldn't see through the woman before her. That was truly unusual. The woman sized Qing'er up again, and a wisp of hesitation flashed through her eyes. She seemed to be considering something. Suddenly, the starry sky in the distance seethed, and then the space in front of them suddenly split apart. After that, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from them. The middle-aged man had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and his hands were placed behind his back. There was a crack in the center of his brows, and he emanated an extremely terrifying aura. The shocked woman restrained her thoughts when she saw the middle-aged man, and her expression gradually became solemn. The middle-aged man glanced at her emotionlessly. The Celestial Master Sect. What a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist. Bang! A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the woman in a white dress. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she was just about to attack. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and Qing'er. He frowned slightly when he saw Qing'er. Demon beasts were extremely sensitive to danger. He suddenly felt slightly uneasy when he saw Qing'er. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew his gaze and smiled. Qing'er, let's go. He had no intention of interfering in the enmity between this human and demon. Even though the woman in a white dress had shown them kindness earlier, it didn't represent that he would trust her. After all, anyone who was able to attain such a realm of cultivation wasn't simple at all. It was best to be vigilant in the outside world. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant against others. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw that Yi Xian and Qing'er intended to leave, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress suddenly said, Wait! Yi Xian turned around to look at the white-dressed lady and asked with a smile, What's the matter? The woman in a white dress thought for a moment, and then she smiled and said, Where are the two of you going? Yi Xian said, Let's walk around. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she smiled and said, May I know your name, young master? Yi Xian smiled and said, Yi Xian. The white-dressed woman smiled faintly. I see that you are extremely talented. Are you interested in joining the Celestial Master Sect? Join the Celestial Master Sect. Yi Xian was stunned, and he was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly said, Young brother, do you have any treasures in your possession? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Why do you say that? The middle-aged man chuckled. This woman has the God's eye. She must have discovered that little brother is carrying some kind of divine item. She invited you to the Celestial Master Sect because she wants to kill you and seize your treasures. Or perhaps she's buying time and waiting for the experts of the Celestial Master Sect to arrive. Yi Xian hurriedly said with a serious expression, Senior, that's impossible. She's so beautiful. So how could she possibly be such a malicious person? The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he shook his head and sighed. Young man, you're still too simple. I'm still too naive. This world is very complicated. Yi Xian spoke seriously. I don't believe that this beauty is such a malicious person. He gazed at the woman as he spoke. Right? The woman blinked. Of course. How could I possibly be such a malicious person? Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man. Senior, look, she said that she's not such a person. The middle-aged man sighed softly. I'm afraid there's no one else in this world that's as pure as you. Yi Xian was speechless. What the fuck? The deity spoke abruptly. What the fuck? The woman glanced at Yi Xian with a spurious smile on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, a few terrifying auras arose from the depths of the starry sky. The middle-aged man's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. The experts of the Celestial Master Sect have arrived. It didn't take long for an old man and a beautiful woman to appear here. Both of them wore black robes, and their gazes descended onto the middle-aged man as soon as they appeared. The woman suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian when she saw them, and she smiled. Young brother, are you coming to my Celestial Master Sect? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. The woman gazed at Yi Xian, and the smile on her face grew even more strange. I think it's better for you to go. Yi Xian gazed at her with terror. You're a bad person. The woman roared with laughter. Is there any difference between good and bad in this world? It's just a matter of who's stronger and who's weaker. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. There's no enmity between us, so why are you doing this? A wisp of excitement flashed through the woman's eyes. You have many divine treasures, right? Yi Xian nodded. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. I'm sorry, but I've taken a liking to your divine treasures. Yi Xian sighed softly. Young miss, what you're doing is wrong. There's right and wrong in this world. The woman spoke abruptly. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he turned to look at Qing. Qing, you do it. Qing nodded and opened her palm. Hiss. The woman didn't even have time to react before a sword pierced through the center of her forehead. Pooh. A strand of blood sprayed out from the back of her head. The expressions of everyone here changed violently when they witnessed this scene. The woman's eyes even opened wide as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her mind went blank. What's wrong with me? Why can't I move? Meanwhile, the old man from the Celestial Master Sect suddenly gazed at Qing. And his voice trembled. Who are you? Qing. Glanced at the old man, and then she flicked her sleeve. Hiss. A ray of light slashed down on the old man, and then he was instantly obliterated on the spot. The demon emperor's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he retreated hastily in terror. As for the beautiful woman from the Celestial Master Sect, her face was extremely pale. She seemed to have thought of something, and she opened her palm. A black talisman transformed into a black arrow that shot into the sky and shot into the depths of the starry sky. A single arrow pierced through the clouds, and an army came to meet them. Yi Xian glanced at the beautiful woman, and then he shook his head. I hate it when I call for help when I can't win. The deity hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Forget it. I won't say another word. It felt like it had to show some respect to Yi Xian for the sake of destiny. The beautiful woman glared at Qing, and besides deep fear in her eyes, there was also anger. Who are you? How dare you kill my celestial master sect? Qing raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, there was still the mark left behind by the sleeve dart from the beautiful middle-aged woman. Qing slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and the walk sword suddenly flew out. Somewhere in the starry sky, a sword suddenly appeared in the sky above a huge city. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out from within the city. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to offend my celestial master sect? The walking sword suddenly plunged straight down. Boom! The moment the sword entered the city, the entire city was instantly reduced to nothingness. The celestial master sect no longer existed in this world. Qing looked at the beautiful woman beside her, and her expression was calm. You don't have to wait. No one is coming. The beautiful woman said fiercely. No one is coming? Who do you think you are? You. Just at this moment, she seemed to notice something. She whipped her head around, and in the next moment, she felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow. She seemed to have lost her soul. How is this possible? The white-robed woman had also noticed it. The celestial master sect was gone. Both women looked at the plainly dressed woman. Just now, it was this plainly dressed woman who had unleashed the sword. One sword to destroy the celestial master sect? The two women were completely flabbergasted. Not just the two women, but even the eternal demon emperor man was flabbergasted. The mighty celestial master sect was gone just like that? Just who was this woman before them? At this time Qing walked to Yixian's side. She grabbed Yixian's hand saying, Brother, pretend for a while. I'm killing them. Hearing this, Yixian's face darkened. What did she mean by pretend for a while? Did he like to pretend? No one knew his brother better than his sister. Yixian laughed heartily, and then turned to the white-robed woman. He sighed. Miss, think about it. I have so many mystical treasures. How can I be ordinary? Even if I'm a villain, I should at least have some intelligence. The white-robed woman looked at Yixian. Who the hell are you? Yixian smiled. Yixian, have you heard of me? The white-robed woman glared at Yixian. No. Yixian was silent for a moment, then said, Then bye-bye. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves. Boom. The white-robed woman was obliterated. The white-robed woman. Yixian turned to the beautiful woman from the celestial master sect. She hurriedly said, Sir, I've heard of you. Yixian blinked. You've heard of me? The beautiful woman nodded. Yes. Yixian nodded. Then leave. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was stunned. Yixian said with a smile, Just go. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and said, Really? Yixian laughed heartily. Of course. The beautiful woman bowed deeply. Many thanks. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Far away in the depths of space, the beautiful woman saw that Yixian did not make a move. She heaved a sigh of relief. She sat paralyzed in space, her mind blank. Revenge? No. She did not have the slightest intention of doing so. He had destroyed the celestial master sect with a single stroke of his sword. Was he someone she could afford to offend? Yixian. The beautiful woman closed her eyes slowly, reciting the name in her heart. In space, the eternal demon emperor looked at Yixian. Sir, why didn't you kill her? Yixian smiled. Don't pretend to be Dao all at once. Save it for next time. The eternal demon emperor. Yixian did not say anything else. He turned around and left with Qing. As if remembering something, the eternal demon emperor suddenly bowed deeply. May I ask how I should address you, senior? In the distance, Yixian did not even turn his head. Yixian, the dean of Guanxian College. The eternal demon emperor was silent, speechless. I'm not asking you, why did you answer? 7017K. Chapter 2419. After watching Yixian and Qing leave, the eternal demon emperor sighed. He had to admit that the power of the plain-dressed woman had refreshed his understanding of the world. To think there was such a terrifying expert in this world. One sword to annihilate the entire celestial master sect. The entire celestial master sect was full of experts. Besides that, there were countless great arrays. However, Such a super sect with such a deep foundation had actually been slain by someone with a single slash. It was like a dream. If it had not happened right before his eyes, he would not have believed it. Sigh. The eternal demon emperor sighed, his heart in turmoil. As if recalling something, the eternal demon emperor's expression froze. Yi Xian, the dean of Guanxian College, the eternal demon emperor suddenly said, "Ah Yao." As he spoke, a demonic beast appeared behind the eternal demon emperor. The eternal demon emperor opened his palm and waved lightly. Yi Xian's image appeared before Ah Yao. Send my orders to the entire demon realm. Anyone who sees this person will treat him as if he sees me. If anyone dares to disrespect him, I will exterminate his entire family. Ah Yao was stunned. Clan leader. The eternal demon emperor closed his eyes slowly. Not only that, all demons of the demon realm must treat the students of Guanxian College with respect. Ah Yao bowed deeply. Understood. The eternal demon emperor said softly, Yi Xian, Guanxian College, is not to be trifled with. Somewhere in the starry skies, Yi Xian and Qing were walking side by side. The starry skies were vast, and the scenery was picturesque. After some time, the brother and sister came to a silent starry sky. There was no sign of life around them. It was dead silent. Yi Xian looked not far away. A few hundred zhang away, there was a thick stone tablet. On it was a line of words, Sky Burial Grounds, death to all who enter. They had arrived at the Sky Burial Grounds. Yi Xian held Qing Er's hand as they walked to the stone tablet. When he saw the words death to all who enter, he was unperturbed. Yi Xian held Qing Er's hand and walked around the stele. However, at this moment, the stele suddenly started to shake. Yi Xian turned around to look at the stone stele. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly floated out from within the stone stele like a ghost. Seeing this phantom, Yi Xian was stunned. The illusory figure said hoarsely, "A mere supreme deity dares to trespass this place. You have a death wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept towards Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Qi. Before the figure could react, a sword pierced through his forehead. In the next moment, a powerful force nailed him to the stone tablet. The phantom was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qing Er and said in a trembling voice, "You, who are you?" Qing Er clutched Yi Xian's hand tightly. "Damn it, sister." The phantom looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Even a sister is so strong. As her brother. Hee, think about it yourself." After saying that, he turned around and left with Qing Er. Behind them, the phantom's expression froze. Soon, Yi Xian brought Qing Er to a mountain range. A mountain range in the starry sky. The entire mountain range was like a giant dragon coiling in the starry sky. It was a spectacular sight. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the mountain range with a solemn expression. "Qing Er, is there any danger?" Qing Er turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I know. No." The corner of Qing Er's mouth curled up. Yi Xian pulled Qing Er towards the mountain range. Sky Burial Land. He wanted to see what kind of place it was. Holding Qing Er's hand, he thought, "I own the world." When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Xian found dozens of skeletons there. Yi Xian looked away after throwing it a glance. Then he kept moving forward. Suddenly, one of the skeletons trembled. In the next moment, a soul floated out of it. Yi Xian turned to look at the soul. The soul gradually solidified. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian and Qing Er. The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yi Xian." The middle-aged man glanced at the peak. "You want to go up the mountain?" Yi Xian nodded. "I want to take a look." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "It's dangerous." As he spoke, he revealed a kind smile. "Little brother, if you want to seek fortuitous encounters, you don't have to take risks. I have a fortuitous encounter here." Yi Xian was curious. "Fortuitous encounter?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian asked. "What fortuitous encounter?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Inheritance." "My inheritance." Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. He didn't say anything. The middle-aged man continued. "I'm at half-step virtual self realm. Half-step virtual self-realm. Yi Xian was silent. Since he followed Qing'er, he saw everyone as ants. Not to mention half-step virtual self-realm. Even a true self-realm expert was an ant before him. Now he finally understood Xiao Ta. Why was Xiao Ta so arrogant? It was because he followed Qing'er for so long. The middle-aged man asked again. Little brother, do you want the inheritance? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man smiled. That's great. Later, when I enter your sea of consciousness, don't resist. I'll give you the inheritance. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. He smiled. All right. The middle-aged man turned into a white light and entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Soon, a shadow appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the shadow suddenly laughed crazily. Haha, what a great seedling. Wow, and so many time veins and god items. Haha, the heavens have treated me well. Haha, Yi Xian smiled. You aren't thinking of possessing me, are you? The phantom laughed heartily. You only realized it now? As he spoke, he was about to possess Yi Xian. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Before the shadow could react, he was brought out of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness by the sword light. Then he was nailed to a rock far away. The shadow was stunned. Yi Xian glanced at the figure that had a blank expression on its face, and then said, Possession? What are you thinking about? The shadow suddenly looked at Qing'er. It's you, Qing'er shook his head. He looked disgusted. Too weak. The shadow. Yi Xian glanced at the shadow and shook his head. He had a look of disdain. Too weak. After saying this, he pulled Qing'er and walked up the mountain. The shadow. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Yi Xian saw a few more skeletons. Among these skeletons, there were virtual self-realm experts. Yi Xian glanced at them and withdrew his gaze. He continued forward with Qing'er. When they reached the top of the mountain, he saw a corpse. It was a middle-aged man. He wore black battle armor and held a spear. His entire body was shrouded in black flowing light. Seeing this corpse, Yi Xian was surprised. This corpse had been dead for a long time. However, his physical body was preserved so well. His strength must be extraordinary. Yi Xian walked to the corpse and said softly, Senior, do you have any inheritance for your descendants? No response. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He was about to speak when the corpse suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned. Then his expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, hello. The man was silent for a moment. He said, You're so weak. How did you get here? Yi Xian thought for a moment. He said, I was lucky. The man's expression froze. Yi Xian wanted to say something. However, Qing'er suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said softly, Brother. Yi Xian turned to look at Qing'er. Qing'er said softly, Don't take his inheritance. He's very weak. Cough. The man suddenly coughed violently. He looked at Qing'er with slight dissatisfaction. I'm at half-step true self-realm. How dare you say I'm weak? You. Qing'er shook her head. You're not weak. The man was stunned. Meanwhile, Qing'er said, You're very weak, okay? Yi Xian was speechless. The man was furious. He suddenly stood up, and a terrifying aura crushed towards Qing'er. However, it vanished without a trace as soon as it got close to Qing'er. Seeing this, the man was completely dumbfounded. You've got some skills. Qing'er was silent. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, I'm going to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the spear in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a strand of terrifying spear intent erupted like a volcano as it swept towards Qing'er. In an instant, the space in the surroundings started trembling. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression immediately became solemn. He had to admit that the man in front of him was indeed very strong. Although the other party might only have a wisp of his soul left, Yi Xian might not be able to defeat him. Half-step true self-realm. Yi Xian took a deep breath. It seems that I have to increase my realm, especially now that Qing'er is here. When the man's spear will reach Qing'er, it disappeared without a trace just like before. At this moment, the man was completely stunned. He looked at Qing'er in disbelief. You. Qing'er's expression was calm. She snapped her fingers. Boom. Before the man could react, a terrifying force pressed down on him. Thump. The man's legs turned to jelly, and he knelt in front of Yi Xian. The man was enraged. He wanted to resist, but the force pressed down on him. He could not move at all. At this moment, the man broke out in cold sweat. He had to face reality. This woman's strength far surpassed his. The man looked at Qing'er. Just as he was about to say something, Qing'er suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Brother, he's very weak. We don't want his inheritance. Let's go. The man's expression froze. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then looked at the man. Senior, my sister said that you're very weak. She can't accept your inheritance. I'm sorry. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Qing'er along and walked towards the distance. The man was dumbfounded. After a while he gulped. I've been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years, and you woke me up. So you and your sister are purposely trying to anger me? He had a mental breakdown. 7017K. Chapter 2420. Yi Xian led Qing'er into the distance. Along the way, he did not see any more corpses. Not long after, the brother and sister arrived before a stone door. The stone door was open, and behind it was a tomb without a tombstone. On the two pillars on either side of the stone door were two warriors in golden armor. One was holding a sword while the other was holding a saber. They were vivid and lifelike, just like real people. Their eyes, in particular, were dignified without being angry. Qing'er glanced at the tomb, then retracted her gaze. Yi Xian led Qing'er towards the tomb. When they approached the stone door, it suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the two pillars on either side of the stone door suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. Then the warriors on the pillars suddenly walked out. One of them suddenly glared at Yi Xian and pointed his sword at Yi Xian. Impudent! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the heavens' burial ground? His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Yi Xian was shocked. These two warriors were actually the legendary True Self Realm experts. True Self Realm. At this moment, the middle-aged man that Yi Xian and Qing'er had encountered rushed over. When he saw the two warriors in golden armor come to life, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly retreated to the side. When the golden-armored warrior saw that Yi Xian did not speak, he flew into a rage and slashed at Yi Xian with the long sword in his hand. Swish! A golden sword light fell straight down, as if it was going to slash the universe into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. In the face of this terrifying sword, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and his heart did not waver. Just when the sword was half an inch away from Yi Xian's head, suddenly, the sword disappeared between the warrior's eyebrows without any warning. Boom! The warrior in golden armor immediately froze on the spot, as if his body had been frozen. Seeing this, the warrior with the saber suddenly turned to look at Qing'er, his eyes filled with disbelief. The golden-armored warrior was not the only one. The middle-aged man who was rushing over from afar was also filled with disbelief. Holy shit! Holy shit! Back then, this golden-armored warrior had almost killed him with a single slash of his sword. Although he had survived, he had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Therefore, he knew very well how terrifying the golden-armored warrior was. However, at this moment, this terrifying golden-armored warrior was actually frozen in place by this woman's sword? This golden-armored warrior was a true self-realm expert. What the hell? The middle-aged man's mind went blank. The golden-armored man, who had been stopped by Qing'er's sword, looked at Qing'er in disbelief. Qing'er's expression was calm. She turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Do we kill them?" "Kill." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then looked at the sword-wielding golden-armored man. Who is buried in that tomb? The golden-armored man was silent. Qing'er frowned and pressed her palm down. Boom! The golden-armored man's soul dissipated at a terrifying speed. The golden-armored man was horrified. He hurriedly said, "The Tian clan's patriarch is in this tomb." Tian clan. Yi Xian frowned. In the era of the myriad clans, there were 3 super clans. Besides the human clan, There was the Tian clan and the Holy Clan. He had never expected that this place was the Tian clans. At this moment, the sword-wielding golden-armored man said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must not open this tomb." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The sword-wielding golden-armored man said in a low voice. "Besides the Tian clan's patriarch, there is also a variant king suppressed in this tomb." Yi Xian glanced at the tomb and said, "A variant king?" The sword-wielding golden-armored man nodded. "An undying and indestructible variant king. Our patriarch sacrificed himself to suppress it in this tomb. If we open it, it will reappear in the world. Once it does, it will be a disaster." Yi Xian turned to look at Qing Er's expression was calm. "It's about to come out." The sword-wielding golden-armored man was stunned. In the next moment, the tomb suddenly started to tremble violently. The expressions of the sword-wielding golden-armored man and the blade-wielding golden-armored man instantly changed. The blade-wielding man suddenly turned around and slashed down at the tomb. A terrifying saber chi slashed down at the tomb. However, the saber chi shattered as soon as it arrived before the tomb. Boom! The tomb suddenly shattered, and then a strand of green smoke slowly floated out. It was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and a golden crown. His entire body was like a strand of green smoke, extremely illusory. The blade-wielding man hurriedly bowed deeply when he saw the middle-aged man. "Patriarch." The Tian clan's patriarch. The Tian clan's patriarch glanced at the coffin that was covered in all sorts of strange runes, and he had a complicated expression on his face. "In the end, I couldn't suppress it any longer." The sword-wielding man and blade-wielding man's faces instantly turned pale when they heard this. "Ha!" At this moment, a loud laughter suddenly resounded from within the coffin. Millions of years. This king has finally come out. Ha!" As soon as the voice resounded, the coffin suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a man in a black robe slowly floated out. There was a horn on the man's head, his eyes were crimson red, and he emanated an extremely terrifying aura. Variant King. The Tian clan's patriarch shook his head slightly when he saw the variant king appear. He had sacrificed himself to suppress the variant king for millions of years. He had wanted to exhaust the variant king to death, but he hadn't expected that not only would the Tian clan not be exhausted to death, he would be exhausted instead. In the end, he still failed. And now, who in this world could stop a variant king? At this moment, the variant king suddenly looked at the Tian clan's patriarch and laughed. "Tian Mu, I'm immortal. My body is immortal, my soul is immortal, and my consciousness is immortal. You want to exhaust me to death? You're simply dreaming. Even if I give you a few million years, you won't be able to exhaust me to death. In this world, no one can kill me." Tian Mu fell silent. Right at this moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and he swiftly turned around to look at the golden-armored man, who was nailed to the ground by the sword. He was instantly stunned when he saw this scene, and then he swiftly turned around to look at Qing. "Who are you?" Qing didn't reply. After a moment of silence, Tian Mu opened his palm, and a golden seal floated in front of Qing. "Young lady, are you willing to be the Tian clan's patriarch? If you are willing, I will give you all the treasures of the Tian clan." In reality, he couldn't feel how strong Qing was. Right now, he could only try to save a dead horse. A true self-realm expert that could easily suppress a true self-realm expert. It was worth the gamble. Qing glanced at the golden seal, her face expressionless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "My sister isn't willing. How about I do it?" Everyone. When he heard Yi Xian, Tian Mu turned to look at Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and hesitated. Yi Xian said seriously, "If I do it, it will be the same as if my sister did it." Tian Mu looked at Qing. When he saw that Qing had no intention of doing it, he nodded slightly and opened his palm. The golden seal floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly put it away. At this moment, the strange king suddenly laughed. "Tian clan's patriarch? How laughable. After today, will the Tian clan still exist?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the sky to change color. At the instant the King punched out, a sword suddenly pierced through his fist and entered his body along his arm. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the strange king was pinned to a nearby stone pillar. In an instant the surroundings fell silent. Tianmu and the others turned to look at Qing'er with eyes filled with disbelief. The strange king was completely dumbfounded. After being pinned to the ground, the strange king gazed at Qing'er. Who are you? Qing'er glanced at the strange king and said, Big brother, do we kill him? Yixian fell silent. The strange king suddenly spoke fiercely. Kill? I'm immortal. Who can kill me? Who can? Qing'er suddenly flicked his sleeve, and the walking sword trembled violently. Bang! The strange king was obliterated in front of everyone. After the king was wiped out, Tianmu's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Qing'er gazed at Tianmu. Why is it impossible? Tianmu stared at Qing'er. He's immortal. All of us joined forces to attack him all those years ago, but none of our techniques were able to kill him. Qing'er fell silent for a moment, then said, Maybe you're too weak. Everyone. Meanwhile, Tianmu suddenly said, Are you related to Dedeabi? Obviously, he had noticed the Dedeabi on Yixian's waist. Qing'er shook her head. I'm not related. Tianmu frowned. Aren't you on Dedeabi's side? Qing'er's brows knit together slightly. At this moment, Dedeabi's voice suddenly resounded. What do you mean by on my side? Patriarch Tianmu, the person in front of you is a big boss of destiny. Big boss of destiny? Tianmu was slightly surprised. I've never heard of her. Dedeabi said angrily. You don't need to know. You just need to know that she's invincible. Tianmu. Dedeabi continued. Hurry up and tell the rest of your heavenly clan to listen to your orders. This shameless. Oh no, it's young Master Yi. Tell your heavenly clan to listen to young Master Yi. Then you can go in peace. Young Master Yi. Tianmu glanced at Yixian, and after a moment of silence he nodded. From now on, young Master Yi is our patriarch. Everyone in our heavenly clan must listen to young Master Yi's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be executed by our heavenly clan. After saying that, his body gradually became illusory. Yixian suddenly looked at the two golden armored men. Do they also listen to my orders? The two golden armored men immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. How could they dare to disobey? Didn't they see that the variant king was killed in a second? At this moment Yixian smiled. Patriarch Tianmu, don't worry. Think about it. Even your sister is so strong. As her brother. Think about it yourself. Tianmu was stunned at first. Then he smiled and left with a peace of mind. 7017K. Chapter 24-21. The Celestial Race. Yixian glanced at the golden seal. There were over 50 billion universe veins within it. Besides that, there were another 200 million universe veins. Moreover, there were all sorts of divine treasures. They were even richer than the human race. Yixian couldn't help but laugh as he gazed at the golden seal. He really had all the manpower and money he needed right now. He was completely capable of expanding the academy by countless times. No, he wanted to establish academies in countless universes, and establish an extraordinary power that wasn't inferior to the Yang clan or the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As if he'd thought of something, Yixian gazed at the two golden armored warriors before him. Gather all the surviving experts of the celestial race. The golden armored man hesitated for a moment and said, Just the two of us. Yixian was stunned. Just the two of you? The man nodded with a dim expression. Yes. Yixian looked around and found it hard to believe. Only the two of you are from the Sky Clan? The man nodded with a bitter expression. Yixian spoke in a low voice. How could there be so few? The man shook his head and sighed. My celestial race was at the forefront of the battle all those years ago, so we suffered the greatest losses. Moreover, our celestial race suffered the vengeance of the enemy later on. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, and his eyes were filled with pain. He wasn't willing to speak any further. The celestial race could be said to have been annihilated. Yixian fell silent for a moment before he said, From this moment onward, both of you will follow me." The two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yi Xian smiled. "Head to the Universe of Gods Guanxian Academy. Someone will make arrangements for you there." The two of them bowed once more before standing up and leaving. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who was hiding in the shadows suddenly walked out and bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, can I follow you as well?" He finally understood. This person before him was a big shot, so he had to hold on to such a thick thigh. Yi Xian sized up the man in the middle and said with a smile, "Sure. You can head to the Guanxian Academy as well." The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed deeply before turning around and leaving. Only Yi Xian and Qing'er were left in the field. Qing'er suddenly whispered, "Brother, I'm leaving." Yi Xian looked at Qing'er in surprise. "Leave?" Qing'er nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Qing'er, where are you going?" Qing'er smiled. "Go do something. I'll come find you after I'm done." Yi Xian grabbed Qing'er's hand and asked softly, "How long?" Qing'er smiled. "It won't take too long." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Qing'er gently caressed Yi Xian's cheek. "Brother, take care." After saying that, her body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Qing'er, when will you appear again?" Qing'er smiled. "When you're wronged." After saying that, she disappeared completely. "When I'm wronged." Yi Xian froze on the spot. After a long time, Yi Xian collected his thoughts and shook his head with a smile. Qing'er left. At this moment, he suddenly felt empty in his heart. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young lord, what do you plan to do next?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Create a black clan. I want it to become the #1 clan in the universe." "Black clan," Xiaota said in a low voice. "Stronger than the Yang clan?" Yi Xian laughed out loud. "Of course." Xiaota sighed. He knew that Yi Xian wouldn't return to the Yang clan. Most of the time, Yi Xian's temper was the same as his master's, stubborn like a bull. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Yi Xian looked up at the sky, and there, the space there trembled slightly. Yi Xian laughed. "Who are you? How dare you in front of me?" Dedeabi suddenly said, "Your sister is gone." Yi Xian was stunned at first, but in the next moment, he turned and ran, disappearing in the end of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a shadow suddenly appeared in the field. The shadow gradually solidified. It was a middle-aged man, and there was also a horn on his head. The figure glanced at the scene, and his expression gradually became serious. "Who is it, to be able to kill a mutant king of my clan?" After a moment, the shadow's body trembled slightly, and then disappeared. Yi Xian returned to the middle world. As soon as he returned, a woman appeared in front of him. It was Qingqiu. Qingqiu smiled slightly. "Brother." Yi Xian smiled, and then took Qingqiu's hand. "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Qingqiu to a hall. Qingqiu glanced at Yi Xian, and smiled sweetly. Inside the hall, Yi Xian called for Emissary Zhang. Now the main person in charge of the whole middle world was actually not Qingqiu, but Emissary Zhang, because Qingqiu had to be responsible for too many worlds. Now, under Emissary Zhang's management, the middle world was also in good order. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang, and said with a smile, "Do you know that I have already left the Yang clan?" Emissary Zhang bowed respectfully. "Yes." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Then are you still willing to follow me?" Emissary Zhang smiled slightly. "Of course, Dean." "Dean, not young master." Yi Xian laughed. "Old Zhang, your priority now is to improve your strength." Emissary Zhang nodded. Understood. He knew that only when he was strong enough could he be of help to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated to Emissary Zhang. Emissary Zhang took a look, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he slowly knelt down. "Dean," Yi Xian said with a smile, "you deserve it." Emissary Zhang bowed deeply. "Thank you, Dean," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Get up." Emissary Zhang stood up, and his heart was filled with excitement. The things in the storage ring were enough to change his fate again. Yi Xian turned to look at Qingqiu. "Girl, what happened to the people of Imperial Yin tribe? after they went to Guanxian Academy. Qingqiu thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, I've opened a separate faction within the academy. It's not very realistic for a clan like theirs to directly integrate into the academy. So, I've given them a separate faction, and I've named it after their clan, the Emperor Yin Courtyard." Yi Xian said solemnly. "In the future?" Qingqiu nodded. "I know if there are more factions, the academy will be difficult to manage in the future. But there is no other way. We can only do this for now. Of course, we must choose the successor of the academy carefully in the future." Yi Xian nodded. With him and Qingqiu now, the academy will not fall into chaos. But in the future, if the ruler of the academy is not strong enough, then Guanxian Academy will definitely fall into internal strife. And once that happens, it may be a disaster for countless universes. Qingqiu continued. "There is another problem. We need money now." "Money," Emissary Zhang quickly said. "Dean, the middle world also needs money. The development of Guanxian Academy was simply too fast. And to do so fast it will burn money." "Money." Hearing their words, Yi Xian laughed. "Isn't it just money? Small matter, haha." In his opinion, in terms of money, Qing Guan might not even have as much as him. Qing Guan. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he opened his palm, and 2 storage rings slowly floated to Qingqiu and Emissary Zhang. Emissary Zhang looked at the storage rings, and there are 10 billion universe veins in them. Emissary Zhang was shocked. "Dean." Yi Xian smiled. "It should be able to solve the urgent problem." Emissary Zhang nodded. "It's completely enough." Qingqiu shook her head. "Brother, it's not enough." Yi Xian smiled. "How much do you need?" Qingqiu thought for a moment, and then said, "At least 50 billion. 50 billion. Yi Xian was stunned. Qingqiu smiled. "We have over 1,200 branches in Guanxian Academy now." Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. 1,200 branches. Qingqiu nodded. "Yes. If it wasn't for the lack of manpower, I would have opened more branches. Now what we lack the most is manpower." "Manpower?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Not only do we need to recruit more talents, but we also need to nurture them ourselves." Qingqiu smiled. "Of course." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then said, "Girl, I need you to do something for me." Qingqiu nodded. "Brother, do you want to form a military force?" Yi Xian laughed. "Girl, are you a roundworm in my stomach?" Qingqiu smiled, and then said, "Actually, even if you didn't mention it, I would have brought it up. Although our academy has a martial arts courtyard, we lack a troop that belongs to us." Yi Xian nodded. "You handle this matter. You can challenge all the talents in the academy. I'll solve the problem of money." Qingqiu blinked. "Brother, besides money, I need something else." Yi Xian smiled. "What is it?" Qingqiu said seriously, "Xiaota." "Xiaota." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then smiled. "All right. With Xiaota to nurture the strong, it would be half the effort for twice the result. If it was someone else, he naturally wouldn't feel at ease to hand over Xiaota. But Qingqiu wasn't someone else. Yi Xian gave Qingqiu Xiaota. And at the same time, he gave Qingqiu 100 billion universe veins, and 100 million universe veins. Not only that, he gave Qingqiu all the treasures he got from the various clans. He had money, time, and equipment. Qingqiu said again, "Brother, besides Xiaota, I also want your Dedeabi." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Why?" Qingqiu smiled. "I have my own use for it." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then opened his palm, and Dedeabi appeared in front of Qingqiu. Qingqiu looked at the tiny pagoda and brush before him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Brother, don't worry. It won't be long before I'll give you a great pleasant surprise." Yi Xian smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." Qingqiu nodded, and then turned to leave. At this time, an old man walked into the hall, and the old man bowed slightly. "Dean, the Yang clan is here." "Yang clan?" Yi Xian frowned. "I won't see them." After saying that, he stood up and left. At this time, laughter came from outside the hall. "I won't see them either?" Hearing this voice, Yi Xian was stunned at first, and then he smiled bitterly and stopped. "Please." Chapter 24-22. Invite him in. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a woman walked slowly into the hall. It was Ding Xiaoyao. Yi Xian smiled bitterly when he saw Ding Xiaoyao. Aunt Ding. Even though he didn't have a good impression of the Yang clan, he still had a good impression of Ding Xiaoyao, because she'd helped him quite a bit in the past. The Yang clan was the Yang clan. Aunt Ding was Aunt Ding. And he, Yi Xian, distinguished kindness and enmity clearly. Ding Xiaoyao grinned when she saw Yi Xian. Long time no see, little fellow. Yi Xian smiled. Hello, Aunt Ding. Ding Xiaoyao smiled. Can we speak in private? Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at Messenger Zhang beside him. The latter bowed deeply, and then quietly retreated. Only Ding Xiaoyao and Yi Xian remained in the hall. Ding Xiaoyao smiled. You know why I came here? Yi Xian nodded. I guessed a little. Ding Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, I intended to persuade you, but I think it's unnecessary now. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Ding Xiaoyao smiled. Firstly, you absolutely won't go back. Secondly, there's no need for you to go back. Yi Xian fell silent. Ding Xiaoyao continued. Qingshi made a mistake. She has no ill intent towards you, but the way she treats you is wrong. Yi Xian's expression was calm. I don't want to interfere in the business of others. Ding Xiaoyao sighed softly. Just as she'd said, she had no ill intent towards Yi Xian, but the way she treated Yi Xian was wrong. Yi Xian hadn't grown up in the Yang clan, and coupled with the fact that the green-clothed sword master had left him to his own devices, Yi Xian had no sense of belonging to the Yang clan. Moreover, someone from the Yang clan had said that Yi Xian was an illegitimate child at a time like this. With Yi Xian's character, how could he tolerate it? An illegitimate child. It wasn't just an insult to Yi Xian, it was an insult to the entire Yang clan. That was probably the real reason why Yi Xian was angry and left the Yang clan. Ding Xiaoyao sighed once more. Little fellow, I'm in charge of everything in the Yang clan now. Yi Xian grinned. Ding Xiaoyao, congratulations. If you're here to persuade me to return, then there's no need. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said, I'm not here to persuade you to return to the Yang clan. Yi Xian was a little surprised. So, why did Aunt Ding come here? Yi Ding. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian Yi Xian. As Yi Xian, Yi as he heard. Yi Xian was even more surprised. Who are they? Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said, These are all talents that I've nurtured myself. Some are talented in management, some are knowledgeable, and some are proficient in deduction and calculation. In short, each of them is a top figure in their own field. Then she looked at Yi Xian. I know you need a lot of talents to establish an academy, right? Yi Xian was silent. Ding Xiaoyao Yi. Don't think too much about it. I've trained them myself. Although they're from the Yang clan, I've trained them myself. So, you don't need to think too much about it. Just treat them as my people. Yi Xian was speechless. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian suddenly opened her palm, and a map floated in front of Yi Xian. This is the Yang clan's universe map. There are 360,000 universes in total. Before I came, I gave the order for these 360,000 universes to establish academies. Now that the academies have been established, you can send people to take over at any time. You don't need to worry about talents. Before I came, I also issued an imperial examination to select talents. It won't be long before there will be a steady stream of talents joining your academy. As for funding, you don't need to worry about it. The Yang clan still has some savings over the years. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. Aunt Ding you. Ding Xiaoyao Yi continued. Do you know the most important thing in establishing an academy? Money and talents? Yi Xian asked in a solemn voice. Ding Xiaoyao Yi shook her head. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is to win the hearts of the people. The path you're taking is different from the Yang clan. You want to establish a new order. And to establish a new order, you need to win the hearts of the people. Not only do you need to win the hearts of the people, but you also need to obtain the recognition of all living beings in the world. As she spoke, she lightly smiled. Before I came, I've already contacted Xiaobai. Xiaobai has agreed to join your Guanxian Academy and take up the position of the Academy Dean. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a piece of paper floated in front of Yi Xian. On the paper, there was a small claw mark. Yi Xian looked at the paper. This is? Ding Xiaoyao Yi smiled. I've written an engagement letter, and Xiaobai has already signed it. With this engagement letter, you can obtain the recognition of all living beings in the current universe and the boundless universe, as well as the Tendo. Not only that, but you can also obtain their help. Yi Xian fell into silence, and his right hand couldn't help trembling. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian smiled. Do you know how many universes there are in the current universe? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian lightly smiled. There are at least trillions of universes in the current universe. In these trillions of universes, there are as many forces as the hairs on a cow, and they're even more complicated. If you want your academy to spread throughout the universe, aside from the help of all living beings, you also need the help of a clan. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a piece of paper floated in front of Yi Xian. On that piece of paper, there was a bolt of divine lightning. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. This is? Ding Xiaoyao Yi smiled. The patriarch of the Tendo clan signed an agreement with me, and the Tendo clan has already agreed to help us in the countless universes. The people of the world revere the Tendo, and if the Tendo clan is willing to enter the Guanxian Academy. As she spoke, the corner of her lips rose, and she didn't continue speaking. Yi Xian was silent. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian continued. What is the most important thing for the establishment of the academy? It's the law. A set of laws that can govern the entire universe. Before I came here, I've already gathered countless knowledgeable people and asked them to formulate a perfect set of laws. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. There were tens of millions of thick ancient books in the storage ring. Yi Xian was a little shocked. These are? Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian said with a smile. Laws. Yi Xian was shocked. So many. Ding Xiaoyao Yi Xian shook her head. You should know that there are so many universes, and the customs of each place are different. Therefore, when we formulate laws, we also have to consider the customs of each place, especially some special races. Our human morals aren't suitable for them, so we have to formulate exclusive laws for them. Yi Xian was silent. Ding Xiaoyao continued. After the law appears, we need the strength to uphold it. I know that your academy has just been established, so you definitely don't have enough manpower. So, I helped you establish an enforcement team. I personally picked this team of enforcers, and there's no problem with their character. There are a total of 36 of them, and all of them are at the peak of the virtual self-realm. They can travel to different universes freely. Of course, 36 people is definitely a small number, so I let them pick some people from the clan. After some calculations, there are about 109 of them, and they are all peak experts. Yi Xian glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and didn't say anything. Ding Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, Don't look at me. I won't ask you to return to the Yang clan. As I said, you don't need to return to the Yang clan. It's a good thing for a young man to establish a career outside. I support you. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Aunt Ding, I don't even know if I should reject you. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked. What is your purpose in establishing the academy? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. To establish a brand new order. Ding Xiaoyao nodded. Since you want to establish order and change the universe, then you should have a bigger heart and be more tolerant. Do you think I'm right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said. I know that your personality is like your father, and sometimes you're a little extreme. But now, you're the dean of the academy. There are many times when you can't deal with things according to your temper. Do you think Aunt Ding is right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. So, do you still want to reject me now? Yi Xian. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said. I know that you don't blame the Yang clan, nor do you blame Qingshi. What you're upset about is that bastard child. You asked Qingshi if you're an illegitimate child. I know that you feel wronged, but I feel that you don't need to prove to anyone whether you're an illegitimate child or not. You are you, and you don't care about the position of the Yang clan's young master, do you? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Ding Xiaoyao smiled lightly, and then she opened her palm. A spatial ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. There are 200 billion universe veins in this spatial ring. In addition, there are all kinds of cultivation techniques and divine abilities. An academy needs to nurture its armed forces. These should be helpful to you. Saying that, she smiled faintly. No matter what, we're a family. Do you think I'm right? Yi Xian glanced at the spatial ring. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Yes. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said, I won't disturb you anymore. Go do what you need to do. Saying that, she turned and left. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and then said, I have a big gift for you later. Wait. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Aunt Ding, you're too polite. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said, We're a family. What's the point of saying this? Saying that, she turned and left the hall. Within the hall, Yi Xian fell silent. He gazed at the spatial ring in front of him and wondered, was I really being a little petty? After Ding Xiaoyao left the hall, she arrived high up in the clouds. A woman with a sword on her back was standing there. It was Situ Tingyan. Situ Tingyan looked down and said, How is it? Ding Xiaoyao smiled slightly. That child is just slightly aggrieved. He doesn't really hate us. Situ Tingyan spoke in a low voice. He's willing to return to the Yang clan? Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. I didn't ask him to return to the Yang clan. Situ Tingyan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Why? Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. Because he'll absolutely not return to the Yang clan if that's the case. So we have to change our method. For example, let the Yang clan slowly merge into his Guanxian Academy. Situ Tingyan hesitated for a moment and said, Is there a difference? Ding Xiaoyao smiled slightly. There is. He definitely won't return to the Yang clan on his own. But if I want the Yang clan to merge into his Guanxian Academy, then he won't be able to refuse. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke. That little fellow is still a little too inexperienced. Situ Tingyan was speechless. Chapter 24-23. Within the hall, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled after Ding Xiaoyao left. He really couldn't refuse Ding Xiaoyao's help because it was too important to Guanxian Academy. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The godly realm. After following Qing around the secret realm, he gained a lot, but he comprehended a lot as well. The gap in strength. There was still a huge gap between him and the big shots of the secret realm. Qing could kill them in an instant, but it didn't mean that Yi Xian could. For example, those so-called spirits weren't existences he could go against in a one-on-one battle. Improve his strength. Yi Xian started to comprehend the godly realm. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Guanxian Academy had developed at an indescribable speed after the Yang clan joined. Moreover, the mysterious Yang clan had gradually surfaced as well. In the past, the Yang clan had only existed in high-end universes. But now, the Yang clan had started to enter the sights of lower universes. Of course, the most important thing was Guanxian Academy. In the beginning, Guanxian Academy could only be considered to have a small reputation, but now it was like a plague that had swept through the entire universe. Within Xiaota, Qingqiu stood on a stone platform on a certain training ground, and there were over 100 people standing not too far away from her. These 100 people had been personally selected by Qingqiu from Guanxian Academy and the various universes. The person in the lead was Dao Ling, and beside him were Jun Xie, Shi Tian and Tianqi. These 4 people were once Yi Xian's brothers, and Yi Xian had specially sought them out. Their natural talents were absolutely top-notch, and what they lacked was resources and a platform. Qingqiu glanced at them. Your goal is the peak of the virtual self-realm. If you want money, you have it. If you want time, you have it. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. But it wasn't long before she stopped and said, The first to attain the virtual self-realm will be rewarded with 2 billion universe veins. The last to attain it will leave this place. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the distance. All of them exchanged glances, and then they started cultivating madly. On the other side, Qingqiu looked at the crowd and smiled. In the near future, Guanxian Academy would have a large number of super powerhouses. A moment later, Qingqiu left. Right after she left Xiaota, a woman appeared before her. That person was Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao looked at Qingqiu and smiled. "Hello, Miss Qingqiu." Qingqiu nodded. "Yang clan." Ding Xiaoyao nodded. "I'm Ding Xiaoyao, your brother's Aunt Ding." Qingqiu smiled. "What's the matter, Miss Ding?" Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "I want to talk to you about the future development of Guanxian Academy." Qingqiu nodded. "Sure." Ding Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Now that the Yang clan has joined Guanxian Academy, it can be said to be invincible in the current universe. But according to my investigations, the boundless universe is already getting restless." Qingqiu looked calm and didn't speak. Ding Xiaoyao continued, "I've investigated the 100 Clans era. In that era, there were countless clans and powerhouses, but in the end, that era was buried by the boundless universe. Moreover, if it wasn't for Master Dedeabi's intervention, the current universe would have been gone." Qingqiu looked at Ding Xiaoyao. "What do you think, Miss Ding?" Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "Our current enemy is the boundless universe, right?" Qingqiu smiled and didn't speak. Ding Xiaoyao looked at Qingqiu. "Miss Qingqiu doesn't care about the boundless universe?" Qingqiu shook his head. "To be able to be dismissive of that place. Only the three of them." Ding Xiaoyao looked straight at Qingqiu. "Miss Qingqiu can't reach the level of the three of them?" Qingqiu smiled. "Not yet." Ding Xiaoyao frowned. "Why?" Qingqiu said softly. "The timing isn't right." "Timing?" Ding Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with doubt. "Then, when is the best timing?" Qingqiu smiled and didn't speak. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Qingqiu and didn't ask any more. Qingqiu suddenly said, "The boundless universe is more complicated than you think." Ding Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "I know. Even the master of Dedeabi can't control it." Qingqiu shook his head. "Miss, you're wrong again." Ding Xiaoyao looked at Qingqiu. Qingqiu said softly, "The master of Dedeabi is much stronger than you think. For now, no one dares to kill him, including Su Qiu Tianming." Ding Xiaoyao frowned. "Why?" Qingqiu said, "Because he is the cause of everything. If he dies." Then she shook her head. "Do you know what Su Qiu Tianming wants to do?" Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Qingqiu smiled. "She wants to make me jump out of this circle, but it can't be rushed. She has to wait." Ding Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and said, "How strong is the master of Dedeabi?" Qingqiu was silent for a moment and said, "No one can kill him under the 3 swords." Then she paused and said, "In the future I can." Ding Xiaoyao. Qingqiu said again, "Miss Ding, the forces in the boundless universe are quite complicated. Without the 3 swords, the forces in the current universe may not be able to defeat the enemy. So tell your Yang clan to be careful." Then she turned and left. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "Do you want to go to the boundless universe?" In the distance, Qingqiu shook her head. "Someone has already gone." Then she disappeared into the distance. Ding Xiaoyao was silent. The boundless universe. In fact, she had also sent someone to go. Ding Xiaoyao turned to look at the distant starry sky with a trace of worry in her eyes. Since the green-robed man left, she had not been able to contact him. Not only her, but even Su Qingshi could not be contacted. Such a problem had never occurred before. Was the current universe really going to change? Ding Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Somewhere in the depths of the starry sky, a woman was shuttling through the starry sky. The woman wore a white robe and tied her hair in a ponytail. She held a long spear in her right hand. The woman's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had shuttled through hundreds of thousands of starry sky. After an unknown period of time, the woman came to an unknown starry sky. In front of her, there was a huge illusory light gate. This light gate was nearly 1,000,000 feet long. Above this gate, there was a big word floating. Suppress. First of the 6 syllables, suppress. Suppress everything in the world. The woman looked behind the light gate. Behind the light gate, there was only chaos. Nothing could be seen. The woman frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. After a short moment, she walked towards the door of light. When she arrived before it, the suppressed character on the door suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, a strand of terrifying force swept out towards the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. And then she suddenly stabbed with her spear. Boom! With the thrust of the spear, that was the terrifying power, instantly dissipated into thin air. The ponytailed woman's body trembled as she directly charged towards the door of light. At this moment, the word suppress once again erupted with a terrifying force that blasted towards the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman's expression was calm as she raised her hand and brandished her spear. Boom! The terrifying power was shattered. Just as the ponytailed woman was about to rush into the light gate, a shadow suddenly appeared in the light gate. In the next moment, a fist print headed straight for the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman's eyes flashed with hostility as she thrust out her spear. Rumble! The door of light suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions like waves. It didn't take long for the entire stellar region to seethe with excitement. Meanwhile, the shadow in front of the ponytailed woman gradually became material. It was a woman as well. She wore a tight black robe, had a tall and slender figure, and had a triangular hairpin on her head. The black-robed woman's fist was pressing down on the ponytailed woman's spear. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman suddenly smashed her fist forward. The ponytailed woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she suddenly twisted her right hand. Bang! Two forces suddenly erupted, and then the starry sky and the surroundings warped in an instant. A wisp of surprise flashed through the black-robed woman's eyes when she noticed that her punch was actually unable to blast the ponytailed woman back. At this moment, the suppressed character above their heads suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying force blasted towards the black-robed woman. A wisp of hostility flashed through the black-robed woman's eyes when she witnessed this scene, and then she suddenly smashed her left palm forward. Rumble! A palm print soared into the sky and blasted against that terrifying force. Bang! A wave of energy suddenly shook the surroundings, and then the black-robed woman was blasted 300 m back. After she stopped moving, she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist towards the suppressed character. Bang! As soon as she smashed her fist forward, the suppressed character trembled violently, and then traces of cracks appeared on it. The ponytailed woman gazed at the black-robed woman. She didn't speak, nor did she attack. A wisp of disdain flashed through the black-robed woman's eyes as she gazed at the suppressed character. This is the so-called 6 syllables of truth? How laughable! As she spoke, she suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a fist shot towards the suppressed character. Meanwhile, the suppressed character vanished as well. Rumble! A terrifying force suddenly erupted here. And then the black-robed woman retreated repeatedly. She stopped when she retreated 30 kilometers away, and the cracks on the suppressed character were growing larger and larger. The black-robed woman glanced coldly at the suppressed character, and then she spoke fiercely. You're dreaming if you think you can suppress us with just a single character. She didn't attack again, and she turned around and walked towards the door of light instead. As if she'd thought of something, she turned around and glanced coldly at the ponytailed woman before she spoke with disdain. Just you wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the door of light. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Wait! The black-robed woman turned around, and a woman dashed over from afar. It didn't take long for the woman to arrive before the black-robed woman. The woman wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, and small cloth shoes. And there was a small cloth bag hanging diagonally from her waist. The person who had arrived was Qin Guan. Qin Guan looked at the black-robed woman and smiled faintly. Miss, my name is Qin Guan. The black-robed woman looked at Qin Guan and didn't speak. Qin Guan smiled and said, I want to do business in your endless universe. The black-robed woman was expressionless. Get lost. Upon hearing that, Qin Guan frowned slightly, and she put her right hand into the small cloth bag. Chapter 24-24. The woman laughed coldly when she witnessed this scene, and her eyes were filled with disdain. What? You want to fight? Qin Guan was slightly displeased. Fight? What fight? I'm a lady. The woman gazed at Qin Guan and was about to speak when Qin Guan suddenly withdrew a weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! A ray of white light swept through the surroundings. The woman's pupils constricted abruptly, and then she suddenly opened her palm and clenched it tightly. After that, she roared furiously and smashed her fist forward. Bang! A ray of black light surged out from her fist like an erupting volcano. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening rumble resounded throughout this expanse of the starry sky, and then the woman was blasted 30 kilometers away. She'd just stopped moving when another ray of white light blasted over. The woman was astounded when she witnessed this scene, and then she suddenly drew a circle in front of her with her right hand. Defend! A black shield suddenly condensed into form. Bang! As a barrier of light exploded apart, the black shield before the woman trembled violently, and then the expanse of space she resided in started to boil like boiling oil. It was an extremely shocking sight. Meanwhile, Qin Guan suddenly withdrew a huge pile of fist-sized divine objects from within her pouch, and she didn't even spare a glance at them before tossing them at the woman. After that, she hurriedly covered her ears with both hands. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded like thunderclaps in the distance, and then the entire expanse of the starry sky started to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Moreover, traces of cracks had actually appeared on the space in the surroundings. The woman with the ponytail glanced at Qin Guan and remained silent. A short moment later, the space in the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the woman was still there, but only her soul remained. A black talisman floated in the center of her forehead, and it was exactly that talisman that had protected her soul. The woman gazed at Qin Guan and was slightly dazed. What's that? Qin Guan blinked. You're not dead yet. With that, she placed her right hand into the pouch. After fumbling around for a long time, she suddenly pulled out a round ball that looked like a watermelon. However, it was black, and there was a long string at the top of the ball. The expression of the woman in the black dress instantly changed when she saw the black ball. What the hell is this? Qin Guan grinned. Star bullet. With that, she snapped her fingers with her right hand, and a flame rose from her fingertips. Then, she ignited the thread at the top of the star bomb. Sizzle! After the thread was ignited, Qin Guan quickly let go, turned around and ran. As if she had thought of something, she glanced at the ponytailed woman in the distance and shouted, "Run!" The ponytailed woman hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ran. In the distance, the woman in the black dress was slightly stupefied. What the hell? Right at this moment, the star bomb suddenly transformed into a black ray of light that shot towards the woman in the black dress. The woman's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene. At this moment, she sensed the aura of death, and she wanted to flee. However, it was too late because the star bomb had arrived in front of her. A wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes when she realized she couldn't flee, and then she roared furiously as she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist forward. At this moment, she chose to go head-on against it. Bang! Suddenly, this expanse of the starry sky shook violently, and then a mushroom cloud that was over 3 kilometers wide shot into the sky and shot into the depths of the starry sky. At the same time, the starry sky in an area of over 10 kilometers cracked apart like a mirror that had suffered a heavy blow. It was an extremely shocking sight. Just like that, the force raged on for an entire 15 minutes before this expanse of the starry sky slowly returned to calm, and the space in the surroundings was repaired by an unknown force as well. Meanwhile, Qin Guan and the ponytailed woman appeared here once more, and the woman in the black dress was gone. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on the door of light, and something seemed to be surging within it. The ponytailed woman couldn't help but glance at Qin Guan when she witnessed this scene. That star bomb of hers had almost destroyed the door of light. After all, it was a barrier that Dedeabi's master had personally set up all those years ago. Qin Guan clapped his hands. After that, he turned around to look at the ponytailed woman and grinned. Marshal Godin, hello. The ponytailed woman was Marshal Godin and Lanjing. And Lanjing glanced at Qin Guan and nodded as a form of greeting. Qin Guan gazed at the door of light, and then he smiled. Marshal Godin, have you come here to investigate the boundless universe as well? And Lanjing nodded. Qin Guan blinked. Do you want to go in and have a look with me? And Lanjing glanced at the door of light in the distance and nodded. Qin Guan smiled. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she floated directly towards the door of light. And Lanjing followed her over as well. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. Not long after the two of them vanished, a woman suddenly walked out from within the door of light. She wore a tight violet robe, and her thin waist was tied up by a silk belt. It was so slim that it could be grasped in one's hand. Her long hair hung casually behind her, and there were 2 horns on her head. She was very cute. She held a folding fan in her right hand, and there was a painting of mountains and rivers inscribed on the fan. When the woman appeared here, the suppressed character on the door of light suddenly trembled, and then a ray of white light swept towards the woman. The violet-robed woman didn't even spare it a glance, and just waved the folding fan in her hand. Bang! The white light shattered, and the suppressed character exploded into pieces and vanished from the world. The violet-robed woman's expression was calm as she walked slowly towards the distance, and it didn't take long for her to vanish into the starry sky. A long time passed before a sigh resounded. King Kaoshan is finished. The midworld. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed like an old monk in meditation. Just like that, Yi Xian sat from sunrise to sunset, and then from sunset to sunrise. A strand of sword intent slowly drifted around his body. The mortal world sword intent. As Guanxian Academy grew stronger and stronger, Yi Xian's mortal world sword intent grew stronger at a terrifying speed. Because he was now the dean of Guanxian Academy, and everyone in the academy believed in him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and a strand of sword intent suddenly transformed into a sword that shot into the sky. Hiss! A sword cry suddenly resounded in the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly stood up. He opened his palm, and the sword fell into his hand. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. But it quickly dissipated. Paramount Realm. At this moment, he had reached the Paramount Realm. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand, that was condensed from the mortal world sword intent. He was a little shocked, because he realized that his mortal world sword intent was very strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. At this moment, Emissary Zhang appeared beside Yi Xian, and he bowed slightly. Dean! Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and said softly, "How is the academy in the midworld now?" Emissary Zhang smiled. "Very good." Yi Xian asked again, "What about the Yang clan?" Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice, "The Yang clan is helping us. With their help, we have now established academies in countless universes. It won't be long before our Guanxian Academy spreads throughout the entire universe." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Is there any trouble?" Emissary Zhang smiled. "It's just a small matter. We can handle it." Yi Xian turned around to glance at Emissary Zhang and smiled. "Brother Zhang, what's your position in the academy now?" Emissary Zhang shook his head and smiled. "I don't have any position in the academy, and I'm just assisting Miss Qing Qiu." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Then I won't give you a position for now. You'll just listen to Miss Qing Qiu's orders." Emissary Zhang nodded. All right. Actually, he didn't care about his position, because everyone knew that he was Yi Xian's trusted follower. So who would dare to not give him face? Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Come, let's go take a stroll." Emissary Zhang hurriedly nodded. All right. Yi Xian vanished on the spot with Zhang Shi. And it didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive at Guanxian Academy in the midworld. Guanxian Academy was built on top of a mountain range. This mountain range was Guanxian Academy's territory, and it was extremely huge. Yi Xian arrived at the main peak, which was the main courtyard of Guanxian Academy. Just as he approached the main courtyard, Yi Xian heard the sound of people reading. Emissary Zhang, who was beside Yi Xian, smiled. "Dean, this is morning reading." Just like Guanxian Academy in the Universe of Gods, we also have a literature department and a Wuyuan department. Of course, people from the literature department can also practice martial arts, and people from Wuyuan can also come to the literature department. Yi Xian asked, "Are there people from Wuyuan willing to come to study literature?" Emissary Zhang nodded. "Yes, we have an examination every month, and people from Wuyuan not only have a martial examination, but they also have a literature examination. Therefore, people from Wuyuan must also study literature. Our academy has an elimination system, and once you fail, you'll be eliminated. Now, our Guanxian Academy can be said to have the best benefits among the major forces. So countless people are trying their best to join us." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then asked, "What are the criteria?" Emissary Zhang said, "When we accept people, other than those with great talent, we will also choose those with especially good temperament and perseverance. These people might not have great talent, but if they have a good temperament and are willing to work hard, they won't be too bad." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Emissary Zhang smiled. "Dean, you've never appeared here before. This time, you have to go and meet them." As he said that, he paused for a while before continuing. Miss Qing Qiu mentioned this previously, saying that you have to show your face when you have time. Otherwise, it's a little unreasonable that you, as the dean, have never shown your face after the academy was built. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Great." Emissary Zhang was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head. At the foot of the mountain not far away, there was a youth kneeling there. The youth looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, and he was kneeling there just like that. Yi Xian was a little surprised. "This is..." Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice. "This youth's name is Lu Feng. He was eliminated not long ago, but he is unwilling to leave, so he is kneeling here." Yi Xian asked, "Why was he eliminated?" Emissary Zhang said, "He failed the written test." Yi Xian thought for a while, and then disappeared on the spot. Emissary Zhang hurriedly followed. Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang appeared in front of the youth. The youth raised his head to look at Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang, and then retracted his gaze. Yi Xian had never appeared in the academy, so this youth did not know Yi Xian. As for Emissary Zhang, he also rarely appeared in the academy, and even if he did, it was to guide the higher-ups in their work. Yi Xian smiled. "You don't like to study?" The youth raised his head to look at Yi Xian. "What's the use of studying? In this world the strong are respected, and having a big fist is the way." Yi Xian smiled. "Then do you think your fist is big enough now?" The youth was expressionless. "Not enough." Yi Xian nodded. "You're right. Most of the time, having a big fist is the way. But your fist is not big enough now, isn't it?" The youth clenched his fists and remained silent. Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang. "How are his results in Wuyuan?" Emissary Zhang said, "Top 5. Yi Xian smiled. "You are only in the top 5. And the people before you have all gone to study and abide by the rules of the academy. What right do you have to disobey them?" The youth raised his head to look at Yi Xian. "What's the use of studying?" Yi Xian smiled. "There are many uses, such as understanding, distinguishing between right and wrong, and having one's own thoughts. Of course, the most important thing is for us to cultivate our moral character and have a kind heart." A trace of hostility flashed in the youth's eyes. "I don't think these are of any use. I only know that my fist is not hard enough. If my fist is hard enough, I can change the rules of the academy. My fist is my reason, and it is everyone's reason." Hearing this, Emissary Zhang frowned. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "You think the same as I did before. If I give you a chance to re-enter the academy, are you willing to change yourself and study?" The youth suddenly bowed deeply. "I am willing." Emissary Zhang was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 24-25. I'm willing. Yi Xian was speechless as he looked at the young man in front of him. Of course he found it funny. This young man seemed to be simple-minded, but he was actually very meticulous. Obviously, the other party had discovered that his and Envoy Zhang's identities were not simple. Yi Xian smiled. Do you know who I am? Lu Feng bowed deeply. Dean, Dean. Yi Xian was a little curious. How did you recognize me? Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, They said that the Dean is very handsome and elegant. As he said this, he glanced at Yi Xian. You are very handsome. Envoy Zhang. Yi Xian was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, Let's go to the academy. Lu Feng stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Dean. After saying this, he quickly walked into the academy. Envoy Zhang looked at Lu Feng in the distance, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian said softly, Are you worried? Envoy Zhang nodded. Yi Xian smiled. This young man is very meticulous and flexible. He is a good seedling, but he has a ruthless and extreme nature in his bones. It's fine if he is ruthless, but that extreme nature of his, we need to guide him. Envoy Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, What if I can't guide him? Yi Xian smiled slightly. That's because we are useless. After saying this, he turned and walked into the distant academy. After a moment of silence, Envoy Zhang followed. After entering the academy, Yi Xian looked around. It had to be said that the academy was built very elegantly, especially the literature faculty. Everywhere was filled with the fragrance of books. Not only that, but the literature faculty also had a strong atmosphere of study. There were more than 10,000 people in the Guanxian Academy in the Middle World. It could be said that all the great geniuses of the Middle World were gathered here. Of course, it was also because the welfare of the Guanxian Academy was too good. If they wanted cultivation resources, they would have them. If they wanted cultivation techniques, they would have them. Therefore, countless geniuses and geniuses hoped to join Guanxian Academy. In order to not let their families fall behind, the major forces sent their geniuses and geniuses to Guanxian Academy. A monstrous genius with a bright future would be able to help his own family. It was also because of this reason that Guanxian Academy had an extremely good relationship with the forces of various universes. Of course, the main reason was that Guanxian Academy itself was too strong, so strong that countless forces didn't dare to have any ill intentions. After strolling around, Yi Xian left the academy with Envoy Zhang. Yi Xian left the medium world and came to the universe of gods. The universe of gods was now completely under the control of Guanxian Academy. This was because the Guanxuan Academy in the universe of gods was the headquarters. Yi Xian didn't return to the academy directly. Instead, he went to the Immortal City. As soon as he arrived at the Immortal City, a woman appeared in front of him. This person was the current city lord of the Immortal City, Xian Gudian. Seeing Xian Gudian, Yi Xian faintly smiled. Long time no see. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. I thought you forgot about me. Yi Xian laughed. Even if I forget myself, I won't forget you. Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, but the smile on her face became a little wider. Yi Xian softly said, How have you been recently? Xian Gudian slightly nodded. Good. Yi Xian smiled. You didn't miss me? Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. Don't say such frivolous words. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Immortal Ancient. He grabbed Xian Gudian's hand and walked into the distance. Envoy Zhang quickly retreated to the side. Being grabbed by Yi Xian, Xian Gudian's face immediately turned red. She gently pulled her hand away, but seeing that she couldn't pull it out, she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and let Yi Xian hold her hand. The two didn't speak, just holding hands and walking into the distance. After a long time, Xian Gudian suddenly leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder and softly said, I thought you forgot about me. Yi Xian shook his head. How could that be? Xian Gudian raised her head to look at Yi Xian. Do you like me? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian grinned, and then she slowly closed her eyes. Enough. Yi Xian smiled, and then he held Xian Gudian's hand tightly. Needless to say, Yi Xian sighed with emotion. He noticed that he was truly a coward when it came to dealing with relationships. If you like someone, then you like them. Why act coy? If you don't like them, then you shouldn't have tried to seduce them in the first place. But if you do like them, then go for them. Most of the time, women aren't afraid of beasts. They're afraid of people that are worse than beasts. Xian Gudian suddenly asked, How many people do you like? Yi Xian's face froze when he heard this. Xian Gudian stared at Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "When I'm with you, you're the one I like the most." Xian Gudian was stunned, and then she glared at Yi Xian, but didn't ask any further questions. Yi Xian roared with laughter. After accompanying Xian Gudian for a stroll, they parted ways. Xian Gudian grinned as she watched Yi Xian vanish into the horizon, and then she gazed at the little wooden figure in her hand. The little wooden figure looked exactly like her, and it had been personally carved by Yi Xian. She gazed at the little wooden figure for a long time before she turned around and left. She was happy on this day, because Yi Xian wasn't vague anymore, and he'd acknowledged her. After he left Ancient Immortal City, Yi Xian returned to Mystery Observer Academy. This place was very familiar. After he entered the academy, Yi Xian saw the dean of the civil department, Xu Xian. Xu Xian bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Dean." Yi Xian smiled. "Elder Xu, there's no need for such empty greetings the next time you see me." However, Xu Xian shook his head. "These are the rules, and they must be obeyed." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the surroundings. Now Mystery Observer Academy had expanded by at least 100 times, and it was still expanding incessantly. Because there was an endless stream of powers joining the academy, Yi Xian suddenly said, "The Imperial Ying clan and the others I invited didn't cause any trouble after joining the academy, right?" Xu Xian hurriedly shook his head. "No, they all abide by the rules." Yi Xian smiled. "That's good." He was most afraid that those people would cause trouble after joining Mystery Observer Academy. Xu Xian said solemnly, "They're all managed by Qingqiu." Yi Xian nodded. In Mystery Observer Academy, only Qingqiu could manage those people, especially the Heavenly Clan. The two from the Heavenly Clan were true self-realm experts. Even in the Yang clan, they were considered top-notch experts. At this moment, the two from the Heavenly Clan appeared in front of Yi Xian. Upon seeing Yi Xian, they hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch." Yi Xian sized them up. Then he said with a smile, "Have you gotten used to the academy?" Both of them hurriedly nodded. Yi Xian laughed and said, "I still don't know the two of you. How should I address you?" The golden-armored man holding the sword on the left hurriedly said, "This subordinate is Azwa, and the one holding the saber is called Guyu." Yi Xian nodded. "Both of you are true self-realm experts, and you're the existences with the highest martial strength in Mystery Observer Academy. So I'll leave the safety of Mystery Observer Academy to you. Besides that, both of you can help guide the students of the academy when you're free. If you guide them with your strength, they'll benefit greatly." Azwa hurriedly said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say." Azwa said in a low voice, "Patriarch, we thought we had no more clansmen in the past, but we searched a few days ago, and we noticed that some branches of our Heavenly Clan didn't participate in the battle all those years ago. So, some of our clansmen are still alive in the world, and we want them to join the academy." Yi Xian smiled. "Of course, that's a good thing." Azwa hurriedly bowed deeply. "Thank you, Patriarch." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I know what all of you are thinking. Because I'm not from the Heavenly Clan, all of you have many worries. But I want to tell all of you that I'm the Patriarch of the Heavenly Clan now, and the matters of the Heavenly Clan are my matters. Besides that, I won't always be the Patriarch of the Heavenly Clan. In the future, I'll find a suitable opportunity to allow the members of your Heavenly Clan to be the Patriarch." Azwa and Guyu were stunned. In the next moment, they revealed panic on their faces, and were about to say something when Yi Xian said, "The Patriarch of the Heavenly Clan naturally belongs to a member of the Heavenly Clan. Of course, I'll always take care of the Heavenly Clan." Azwa was slightly hesitant. Actually, he and Guyu naturally wanted a member of the Heavenly Clan to be the Patriarch. But now, they were very clearly aware that only Yi Xian could lead the Heavenly Clan forward. Meanwhile, Guyu, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke abruptly. "I have an idea. We're entirely capable of finding a beautiful woman from the clan to marry the Patriarch, and the child that the two of you give birth to will be the patriarch. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Are you trying to take advantage of my body? After Guyu finished speaking, he felt that his idea was simply excellent. He immediately smiled. Patriarch, I think that's a good idea. Very good. You. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. My son can't be the patriarch of the heavenly clan. Guyu was somewhat puzzled. Why? Yi Xian said indifferently. Because I can't give birth to a son for now. With that he turned and left. Guyu was speechless. Give birth to a son? Yi Xian was also speechless. Every time he was with Tuoba Yen, he actually didn't take any precautions. But Tuoba Yen had never been able to conceive. At first he was somewhat puzzled, but he gradually understood. His child might be the next person with the mandate of heaven. Therefore, he might have to be with the right person in order to give birth. But the problem was, who was the right person? Try one by one. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little too lecherous. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a purple-robed woman suddenly appeared in the distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Azwa and Guyu directly stood in front of Yi Xian. The purple-robed woman suddenly swept her fingers together. Rumble! Before Azwa and Guyu, who were already at the true self realm, could react, they were directly blasted several million zhang away. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his hands. I surrender. I won't resist. Chapter 24-26. Needless to say, Yi Xian was slightly dazed at this moment. What sort of experts were Azwa and Guyu? They were experts at the true self realm. And they were experts with the highest realms he'd ever seen. However, they'd actually been instantly blasted flying just like that? How? The rule of 3 days had come again. Yi Xian was speechless. After Qing'er left, he wouldn't be able to stay cool for another 3 days. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at the woman before him. She wore a tight violet robe, had long hair that hung loosely on her shoulders, and had 2 horns on her head. Yi Xian was just about to speak when the woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. Instant invincibility. He'd directly leaped out of this current universe. Meanwhile, the woman's hand had strangely grabbed his throat, and then she suddenly exerted force. She didn't waste her breath at all. Bang! A terrifying force spread throughout Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian was invincible in this instant. The woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Yi Xian was astounded. At this moment he was invincible. However, he noticed that the area armor he wore had actually cracked into the shape of a spiderweb. Who's this woman? Yi Xian didn't have the time to think, and he suddenly stabbed with his sword. 4 afterimages appeared around the woman. In the next moment, 4 rays of light slashed down towards her. The rays of light tore through and shattered everything. The woman suddenly flicked her sleeve. Rumble! An expanse of rays of light shattered, and the 4 afterimages were blasted back 30 kilometers. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and he was astounded in his heart. After she blasted the 4 afterimages back, the woman suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, 4 violet afterimages flashed past. In the distance, the 4 afterimages that Yi Xian had released had suddenly transformed into rays of light that vanished on the spot. Head on. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 4 sword lights exploded, and the 4 sword-wielding shadows disappeared. At the sight of this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. Who was this woman? The violet-robed woman turned around to look at Yi Xian, and then she suddenly made a grabbing motion with her right hand. Boom! Just like that, Yi Xian was forcefully pulled out from that unknown spacetime by a terrifying force. As soon as he came out, the purple-robed woman appeared in front of him. Yi Xian fiercely slashed down with his sword. Not only did he release all of his sword intent, he even activated his bloodline. Apart from that, he also activated the mortal spiritual energy. This sword strike caused the world to change colors. However, this sword stopped when it was half an inch away from the purple-robed woman's eyebrows. This was because 2 fingers had caught the green profound sword. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and his figure trembled as he retreated explosively. However, in the next moment, a fist smashed directly against his chest. Boom! Yi Xian's body bent like a fully drawn bow, and the armor he wore trembled violently at this moment, and then it exploded into countless pieces. Rumble! In an instant, Yi Xian's body had been blasted tens of thousands of meters away. After stopping, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and was about to attack. At this moment, the purple-robed woman had appeared in front of him. Seeing the purple-robed woman, Yi Xian's face darkened. Dimensional reduction strike. The woman in front of him was absolutely not someone he could resist at this moment. This was the first time he had seen someone who could ignore instant of invincibility and destroy Arya's armor. The big boss had appeared again. Yi Xian was silent. Damn it! Why didn't she come to find me when Qing'er was here? Now I'm finished. Since I can't beat her, I'll reason with her. Yi Xian was about to speak when the purple-robed woman suddenly flicked her sleeve. In the next moment, she and Yi Xian directly disappeared. Within Guanxian Academy, Xu Xian was completely stunned as he looked at the distant horizon. The dean was taken away just like that? At this moment, Ozwa and Guyu appeared by Xu Xian's side. Ozwa said solemnly, "That's the boundless universe." The boundless universe, Xu Xian suddenly said. Quickly inform Qingqiu. Soon within the academy, a talisman shot into the sky. Xu Xian's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the horizon. Ozwa and Guyu's expressions were incomparably solemn. The purple-robed woman's strength was truly terrifying. They were both true self-realm experts. But in front of her, they didn't even have the ability to fight back. Ozwa said softly, "It should be some super big boss." Guyu hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The Patriarch." Ozwa was silent for a moment, and then said, "The Patriarch is thick-skinned enough. He should be able to turn danger into safety." Guyu turned to look at Ozwa. "Are you serious?" Ozwa. In a certain corner of the academy, Guran looked up at the horizon. Her fists were tightly clenched, and her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Yi Xian had just returned to the academy, and then she'd come here. She was just about to come see Yi Xian, after she finished discussing things with Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had been taken away before she could finish discussing things with him. She was powerless to do anything, and she could only watch as Yi Xian was taken away. That feeling of powerlessness stabbed deeply at her. A short while later, Gu Ran took a deep breath while a wisp of a firm expression flashed through her eyes, and then she turned around and left. It didn't take long for the Yang clan to find out that Yi Xian had been taken away. In a certain stellar region, the purple-robed woman was tearing through space with Yi Xian, and it wasn't long before she brought Yi Xian with her to the entrance to the boundless universe. Right when she was about to enter with Yi Xian, a ray of light suddenly slashed over from the side. The woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and then she turned around and flicked her sleeve. Bang! The ray of light was blocked. The woman turned around and saw a woman with a sword on her back walking over slowly from afar. It was exactly Sita Tingyan. The Yang clan was aware of what had happened to Yi Xian, so Ding Xiaoyao had sent Sita Tingyan over. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through the woman's eyes when she saw Sita Tingyan, and then she suddenly flicked her sleeve. Yi Xian was blasted to the side, but he wasn't able to move at all because a strand of terrifying force had enveloped him. Yi Xian's face sank because he noticed that he wasn't able to move at all, and even his bloodline energy had been forcefully suppressed. Who the hell was this woman? Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He'd encountered a formidable opponent this time. Sita Tingyan gazed at the woman and chuckled lightly. The boundless universe. The woman's expression was calm as she slowly clenched her right hand. Meanwhile, Sita Tingyan suddenly pressed her fingers together, and then a sword suddenly shot into the sky from the sheath on her back. Hiss! A ray of light formed a perfect arc in the sky as it slashed down towards the woman. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smashed her fist forward. Bang! The sword was forcefully stopped. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smashed her fist forward once more. Rumble! The space in the surroundings exploded apart as a fist suddenly smashed down towards Sita Tingyan. Meanwhile, Situtingyan suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Rumble! At the instant that her sword descended, the space in the surroundings was transformed into nothingness. However, the door of light was still there. Situtingyan gazed at the woman from afar, and there was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. Because her sword had shattered, the purple-robed woman glanced coldly at Situtingyan. Suddenly, her body turned illusory. Situtingyan's pupils constricted, and then she suddenly formed a sword seal with both hands. A moment later she shouted, "Rise!" Oem! A sword howl suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and then numerous ethereal swords suddenly appeared here. In the next moment, countless rays of light crisscrossed and tore through the surroundings. Hiss! 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 The sound of space being torn apart resounded incessantly, as this expanse of space was gradually being obliterated. Meanwhile, the countless rays of light were actually being obliterated bit by bit. At the same time, an afterimage was growing closer and closer to Situtingyan. It was the violet-robed woman. A wisp of light flashed through Situtingyan's eyes when she saw the woman. Suddenly, the woman stomped her right foot against the ground. Bang! Countless rays of light were instantly obliterated. In the next moment, the woman had appeared in front of Situtingyan, and then she smashed her fist forward like a bolt of lightning. Situtingyan immediately raised her sword to block it. Bang! Situtingyan's sword shattered, and her figure was blasted 30 kilometers away. At the same time, a few dozen rays of light slashed down towards the woman from a strange angle. The woman flicked her sleeve, and those rays of light were instantly blasted apart. At the same time, she stomped her right foot against the ground. Bang! The expanse of space where Situtingyan resided was instantly blasted apart. Situtingyan waved her sword about, and an expanse of light enveloped her. However, it was instantly obliterated. Rumble! Situtingyan was blasted back again. Meanwhile, the violet-robed woman suddenly flipped her right hand, and then she suddenly pressed it down. Rumble! The expanse of space above Situtingyan suddenly collapsed, and then a strand of terrifying force swept down. Situtingyan's eyes narrowed slightly as she opened her palm, and then a sword suddenly shot into the sky. Rumble! The sword forcefully blocked that terrifying force. At the same time, Situtingyan suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of light suddenly stabbed towards the woman, and then she raised her arm to block it. Rumble! An expanse of light was blasted apart. The woman's right arm had forcefully blocked Situtingyan's sword. Meanwhile, Situtingyan suddenly slapped her left palm against the hilt of her sword. A ray of light surged out from the tip of her sword. However, the woman didn't move at all, and the rays of light were obliterated before they could even come into contact with her. Situtingyan's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene. The myriad tribulation realm. The woman's right arm suddenly shook. Bang! Situtingyan was blasted over 30 kilometers away. Situtingyan's expression instantly became quite unsightly when she stopped moving, experiencing countless tribulations to temper one's body. I never expected that someone would really be able to accomplish that. The woman glanced at Situtingyan, and then her cherry lips parted slightly. Her attainments in the sword Dao are passable. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she took Yi Xian with her and vanished on the spot. Situtingyan didn't hesitate to pursue them. However, she'd only just approached the door of light when a strand of terrifying force suddenly swept out, and then Situtingyan was blasted back. At the same time, the door of light suddenly closed. Situtingyan's brows knit together slightly. Why did that woman take Yi Xian away? Situtingyan was about to charge in when a voice suddenly resounded. She was only a clone just now, and she doesn't even possess a tenth of her true strength. Situtingyan's pupils constricted when she heard this. Chapter 24-27. A clone? Situtingyan glanced at the surroundings, but she didn't notice the person who'd spoken. A short while later, Situtingyan spoke in a low voice. "Are you Master Dedeabi?" The voice replied, "Yes." Situtingyan fell silent for a short while before she said, Why did they capture him? Master Dedeabi said. This isn't something you can interfere in. Situtingyan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. She was just about to speak when a woman walked over slowly from afar. It was Qingqiu. Qingqiu's expression was calm as she walked towards the door of light. Meanwhile, the voice suddenly resounded. It's pointless for you to enter now unless you recover your strength immediately. But you know the consequences of doing that. Qingqiu fell silent. The voice continued. He won't die for now. Situtingyan spoke in a low voice. Will he die? The voice replied. To a certain extent, everyone will die, and he's no exception. It just depends on when. Situtingyan frowned slightly. Behind him. The voice sighed softly. Every single story will come to an end one day. Situtingyan seemed to have thought of something, and she fell silent. Qingqiu suddenly said, Why did they capture my older brother? The voice fell silent for a short while before it said, It's unknown for now. Qingqiu frowned slightly. She opened her palm, and a sword appeared in it. Meanwhile, the voice continued. Letting him go over isn't a bad thing. All of you are protecting him here, and it's detrimental to his growth. He won't have any backing there, and he'll have to rely on himself for everything. That's actually a good thing. Qingqiu fell silent. The voice continued. He's almost invincible here. Once he gets there, he won't have the Yang clan, Qingqiu, or Guanxian Academy. He can only rely on himself. Situtingyan suddenly said, Will they kill him? The voice replied, They won't. Situtingyan spoke in a low voice. How can you be so sure? The voice chuckled. I won't say any more. It's a spoiler. Situtingyan frowned slightly. What do you mean? The voice was silent. Qingqiu suddenly said, Then I will wait here. The voice replied, There's no need for that. Go to the academy, and do your business. The more powerful your academy is, the more powerful his strength will be. As for him, I beg of you, leave him alone. If I continue to care about him, I won't be able to deal with him. The two women. The voice sighed softly and then disappeared completely. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a dazzling light. Yi Xian frowned and quickly got up. He looked around. At this moment, he was on a circular platform, and there were 10 suns above his head. Yi Xian was stunned and puzzled. What was this place? Are you awake? At this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, a little girl was looking at him. The little girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She had 2 little braids and 2 horns on her head. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she was very beautiful. Yi Xian glanced at the little girl, and did not say anything. However, he was calculating something in his heart. The little girl smiled slightly. Hello. I'm Imo Ling. Yi Xian smiled. Hello. I'm Yi Xian. You're really beautiful. Nice to meet you. Imo Ling was stunned and then said softly, You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Imo Ling giggled. You're from the other side of the universe, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Imo Ling sized up Yi Xian curiously and said, Don't the people over there have horns? Yi Xian glanced at the horns on Imo Ling's head and smiled. We don't have horns on our side. Your horns are really beautiful. Can I touch them? Imo Ling hurriedly shook her head, and took a few steps back while she covered her horns with her hands. No. You can't touch them. The horns of a Great Spirit Race girl can't be touched by others. Great Spirit Race. Yi Xian pondered in his heart. A moment later he looked at Imo Ling, and was about to speak when a furious roar resounded from the side. Imo Ling, stay away from him. Yi Xian turned his head to look. As soon as he turned his head, a dreadful force swept towards him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. With a command in his heart, a sword light slashed out. Rumble! A wave of sword light exploded out, and an afterimage retreated repeatedly in front of Yi Xian. And it only stopped after moving over 30 m back. It was a man. The man was tall and wore a blue robe, and he was staring angrily at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sized him up and smiled. What's your name? The man roared furiously. Damnable outlander. You aren't worthy of knowing my name." As he spoke, he clenched his right fist before charging forward and punching towards Yi Xian. As soon as the punch was thrown out, a terrifying blue light screen gushed out like a tide and crushed towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he opened his palm, and the azure profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment he stabbed it forward. Hiss! A cold light flashed. Bang! The man was pushed over 1 kilometer back by Yi Xian's attack. As soon as the man stopped, an afterimage flashed in front of him, and in the next moment, a sword light slashed down. The man's pupils constricted as he raised his arms to block in front of him. At the same time, a blue light surged out from within his body. Rumble! An explosion resounded as the blue light in front of the man shattered. At the same time, the man's arms were shattered as a sword was pressed against the space between his eyebrows. The man was first stunned before roaring furiously, "You dare!" Hiss! The sword pierced through the man's forehead. Bang! In an instant, the azure profound sword had completely absorbed the man's soul. It had been directly wiped out. Seeing this scene, Aimo Ling said with a trembling voice, You killed him." Yi Xian nodded. "He hit me first, did you see that?" Aimo Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "He's Elder Shan's grandson." Yi Xian blinked. "Is he very strong?" Aimo Ling nodded. "Very strong." Yi Xian thought for a moment before looking around, and was about to flee. Right at this moment, the space-time in front of him split apart, and in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of him. As soon as the old man appeared and was about to speak, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Fuck. He was obviously here for revenge, so he naturally had to make the first move. As soon as the old man appeared, he was stunned when he saw Yi Xian raise his hand and slash towards him. What was going on? There was no time to think as the old man's right hand suddenly shook, and a spear stabbed out. Bang! The spear and spear split apart as soon as they came into contact. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's figure shook, and he appeared in the universe. The space-time he was in right now was not the current universe, nor was it the boundless universe, but an unknown space-time domain. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian swung his sword down. Hiss! 4 afterimages appeared around the old man, and in the next moment, the 4 afterimages slashed down at the same time. Seeing this, the old man's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. He furiously roared and slashed out with his spear, using all his strength. Hiss! 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 The 4 afterimages slashed and the old man was sliced into several pieces. He was forcefully wiped out. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of the old man. On the side, Aimo Ling suddenly said with a trembling voice, "You killed Elder Shan?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Aimo Ling said solemnly, "Elder Shan is from the ancient faction. You killed him, and the ancient faction will not let you off. You are finished." Yi Xian was silent, feeling furious. Fuck. Is there a point? Is there a point? After beating the young, the old comes. After beating the old, a group of old comes? Without thinking much, Yi Xian turned and flew on his sword, wanting to escape. However, just as he reached the horizon, a terrifying power swept down. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and opened his palm. The Siam profound sword brought along the sword intent of the human realm, and soared into the sky. However, the moment the Siam profound sword came into contact with the terrifying power, it was forced back. Rumble! In an instant, Yi Xian was forced back to his original position by the terrifying power. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. A huge palm print had appeared in the sky, and it was floating there. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that it was the purple-robed woman who had captured him. On the side, Aimo Ling suddenly said, "It was a martial monarch who brought you here." Yi Xian looked at Aimo Ling. "Is it that purple-robed woman?" Aimo Ling nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "She is your martial monarch?" Aimo Ling nodded and said with reverence, "She is the strongest martial monarch in the history of our great spirit clan." Martial monarch. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you know why she brought me here?" Aimo Ling shook her head. "I don't know. She only told me to watch you." Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "She told you to watch me?" Imo Ling nodded. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head to look at the huge palm print. "This was done by you?" Imo Ling blinked. "That's right." Yi Xian was startled. You're that powerful?" It had to be said that he was still shocked, because he had thought that it was the purple-robed woman who did it. He never expected that it was not her, but the little girl in front of him. Imo Ling shook her head. "I'm not powerful. Martial monarchs are powerful. I can't even defeat one of her clones." Yi Xian said solemnly. "Then why didn't you stop me when I killed them?" Imo Ling giggled. "Why should I stop you?" Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Aren't you two from the same clan?" Imo Ling nodded. "We are from the same clan. But Martial Monarch only told me to watch you and not let you escape, but did not tell me to protect them." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. "Don't you run away. Otherwise I will hit you. If I use force, I might beat you to death." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then opened his palm, and a Tonghulu appeared in his hand. "Here." Imo Ling was slightly curious. This is?" Yi Xian said seriously. "This is the most precious treasure in our universe. Try it." Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. "You're giving it to me?" Yi Xian nodded. Imo Ling was puzzled why. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're like my long-lost little sister. The moment I see you, I feel a sense of closeness." Imo Ling suddenly punched out. Before Yi Xian could react, he was punched in the abdomen. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying tens of feet away. Then he was fixed on the spot by a terrifying power, and his body immediately split into a spider web. In the distance, Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. "Please don't insult my intelligence. I'm not an idiot, thank you." Yi Xian. Chapter 24-28. The little girl opened her palm, and the candied fruit in Yi Xian's hand flew into her hand. She licked it and blinked her eyes. "Not bad." "Yi Xian." The little girl sat at the side and stared at Yi Xian. "If you don't run, I won't hit you." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then sat down and started to heal his injuries. His recovery speed was very fast, and not long after, his body completely recovered. After recovering, he walked in front of Imo Ling and looked at her, smiling. "Is it delicious?" Imo Ling nodded. "Delicious." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Can we chat?" Imo Ling was silent for a moment, then said, "Martial Monarch did not let me chat with you." Yi Xian asked, "Then did she tell you not to chat with me?" Imo Ling shook her head. Yi Xian smiled. "Isn't that so? The things that Martial Monarch did not let you do, of course you cannot do. But the things that Martial Monarch did not tell you not to do, you can do, understand?" Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. "This is sophistry." Yi Xian's expression froze. Fuck. Why were the people of the boundless universe not easy to fool? At this time, Imo Ling suddenly smiled. "However, what you said is reasonable, hee. Yi Xian." Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. She licked the candied fruit. "Foreigner, what are you trying to say? I guess you want to understand our boundless universe?" Yi Xian raised his thumb. "So smart." Imo Ling smiled. "The boundless universe is different from your side. We have many races here, but we are a whole. Everyone respects the boundless Lord." Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. Evidently, the boundless universe was not scattered but a whole. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and asked, "Why did you attack that side back then?" Imo Ling thought for a moment and said, "Do you eat meat?" Yi Xian nodded. Imo Ling smiled. "Why do you want to eat meat?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "Is this place no longer suitable for survival?" Imo Ling's lips curled up. "Foreigner, you're really smart." Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings and frowned. He discovered that there was still spiritual energy in the surroundings, and it wasn't bad either. At this moment, Imo Ling suddenly said, "This is the Great Spirit race, and they are supported by spiritual veins. However, the outside world is no longer suitable for living." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Aren't you here? Why is the spiritual energy drying up?" Imo Ling slightly shook her head. "Because our clan developed too quickly back then. It caused us to plunder too much spiritual energy, causing us to not be able to develop continuously so. At this point, she shook her head and sighed softly. Yi Xian nodded slightly. So, you guys have your eyes on that side. Imo Ling shrugged her shoulders. What can we do? It was all for survival. Just like how you eat pork, isn't it all for survival? Survival. Yi Xian looked around. This time, he looked very far, and sure enough, in the depths of the starry sky, he saw countless dead and silent star domains. It was obvious that these places were no longer suitable for survival. Imo Ling suddenly asked, "Do you have anything else to ask?" Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at Imo Ling. According to what I know, the reason why you guys failed back then was because of Daebi's master? Imo Ling nodded, her gaze gradually turning cold. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why did he forcefully interfere? Imo Ling said indifferently, "I don't know." Yi Xian asked again, "Then why did you capture me? Why didn't you capture Daebi's master?" Imo Ling shook her head. "I don't know. It was the martial monarch who captured you. As for why she wanted to capture you, I don't know." Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Imo Ling suddenly asked, "It's my turn to ask you." Yi Xian looked at Imo Ling. "Ask." Imo Ling smiled and said, "Are there many people who can fight on your side?" Yi Xian nodded. Imo Ling was somewhat curious. The human race's king, sacred race's king and Tian clan's king are still alive. Yi Xian thought about it, then said, "I don't know about the sacred race's king, but the human race's king and Tian clan's king are still alive. Wasn't the human race and Tian clan's king him?" Imo Ling frowned. "It shouldn't be." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you going to continue attacking that side?" Imo Ling nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. His current Guanxian Academy and Yang clan should be the strongest powers in that side of the universe. If these fellows wanted to attack that side, wouldn't that be the same as going against him? Could this be the reason why that woman had captured him? Imo Ling smiled and said, "You don't seem to be afraid." Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and said with a smile, "What am I afraid of? If you martial monarchs wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have captured me, right?" Imo Ling smiled and said, "Yes." Saying this, she stood up and clapped her hands, then said, "Do you have any more candied hawthorns?" Yi Xian. A moment later, Yi Xian laid down beside Imo Ling. His hands pillowed his head as he looked at the sky, thinking inwardly. He was currently in the paramount god realm, while the little girl beside him was in the true self realm. However, he found that this little girl was several times stronger than Azwa and the others. Evidently, the quality of the true self realm here was much higher than the current universe. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian turned to look at Imo Ling. "Where are your martial monarchs?" Imo Ling said, "They seem to be busy." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Did she say that we must stay here?" Imo Ling thought about it and shook her head. She didn't. Yi Xian was about to speak when Imo Ling suddenly said, "Do you want to leave this place and go somewhere else?" Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. "I won't run." Imo Ling looked at Yi Xian. "You really won't run?" Yi Xian nodded. "I can't beat you, so why am I shaking my head? Aren't you looking for a fight?" Imo Ling giggled. "All right then, let's go play." Saying this, she stood up and left. Yi Xian followed. Great spirit race. Along the way, Yi Xian kept looking around. Soon, his expression became serious, because he found that there were a lot of strong people in this clan. He had already sensed the aura of dozens of true self-level strong people. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he could feel the aura of unknown experts. It was clear that these were experts above the true self realm. And one great spirit race obviously could not represent the entire boundless universe. The martial monarch that brought him here might not be the strongest in the boundless universe. Imo Ling suddenly said, "I'll bring you to a place." Yi Xian was about to ask, but at this time, Imo Ling pulled Yi Xian's shoulder and disappeared. Not long later, Yi Xian and Imo Ling appeared on a huge stone plaza. This stone plaza was not just big, it was tens of thousands of feet long and wide. At the edge of the plaza, there were stone pillars that reached to the sky. In the center of the plaza, there was a huge stone platform. The stone platform was hundreds of feet long, and on top of the stone platform, there were two people engaged in a great battle. Because at this moment, there were two people fighting, and tens of thousands of people gathered around the stone platform. Yi Xian turned to look at Imo Ling. This is. Imo Ling smiled. Divine martial platform. Yi Xian smiled. Divine martial platform? Imo Ling nodded. This place is a training ground of my boundless lands. Only top geniuses have the qualifications to come here. As she spoke, she pointed to a stone pillar far away. There are a total of 36 stone pillars. Every stone pillar represents a person. Anyone who is on the list is a genius among geniuses of my boundless lands, a monster among monsters. Yi Xian smiled. What's your ranking? Imo Ling's smile froze. Yi Xian turned to look at the 36 stone pillars. Very quickly his expression turned grave. Imo Ling, not on the list. This terrifying little girl in front of him was actually not on the list. In this instant, cold sweat flowed down Yi Xian's forehead. Damn it. Not only did he not last 3 days, he even became a little brother? Could it be that he was arranged by Dedeabi again? Dedeabi, Imo Ling said indifferently. Although I am not on the list, I will be on it very soon. Yi Xian nodded. I believe you. Imo Ling turned to look at Yi Xian. Why do you believe me? Yi Xian smiled. In any case, I believe you. I feel that in the future, you will definitely not be any worse than your martial monarchs. No, you will even surpass your martial monarchs. Hearing that, Imo Ling rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and a smile appeared on her face. I'm not as outstanding as you say. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Although you are from a foreign land, you are still a pretty good person. Yi Xian. Imo Ling looked at the stage far away and said softly, these people are all very hardworking. Look at that guy on the left, he is called Chu Feng. In order to get on the list, he has already fought here for over 30 years. Over 30 years. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the stage far away. When he saw the man called Chu Feng, Yi Xian's expression instantly became serious. This man did not look very old, his upper body was naked, and his body was covered in injuries. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes caused others to feel fear. This was a ruthless person. Moreover, this person was at the true self realm. Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. Were true self realm experts like cabbages? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the man fighting Chu Feng. It was a very skinny man, and his body was not very tall. It could even be said that he was short. However, when facing Chu Feng's storm-like attacks, this man was actually skillful and at ease. Not only did he easily dodge, he even occasionally counterattacked. Yi Xian's expression darkened. This man was even stronger, because he could feel that this man was not using his full strength, while Chu Feng was already using his full strength. Boom! Just at this moment, the man suddenly punched Chu Feng's ribs from a strange angle. Bang! Under everyone's gazes, the man was directly sent flying, heavily smashing into the barrier around the stage. Defeated. On the stage, the man glanced at Chu Feng before turning and leaving. On the stage, Chu Feng's expression was somewhat ugly, but there was not the slightest bit of discouragement in his eyes. He tidied up a bit, then turned and walked towards the stage. Beside Yi Xian, Imo Ling suddenly said, Do you want to go play? Yi Xian said, Can I cheat? Imo Ling turned to look at Yi Xian. P.S. I don't even dare to speak without exploding. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.